Hello. Let me know if you can hear me. Let me just check that the music is the right volume here. 20, yeah, 27 is fine. Hey guys, how you doing? Hi to Andrea and Scooter and Rockstock and Kevin and Diamond Lock Productions and Tina's is in chat and Adam and Dr. Fate and did I say Kevin? I don't know if I said Kevin. Monster Slashy, Duncan, Arid, The Pudding Dead, Roland, see if I missed anyone, Blantosaurus, and Goofus. So hey guys, how you doing? Let me know if you can hear me, but I think we're okay. I don't know, oh hey Blunt, I don't know if you want to save this for Halloween or not, but would you consider drawing something from the Beetlejuice cartoon? You know what, maybe we'll do that for the Halloween stream, because I do want to do like a dedicated Halloween stream next month, where I'll have like the starting soon be like Halloween themed and all of that. I think the music's a little loud for me, let me just turn it down. No, that's too soft. There we go, that's fine. But I saw some people mentioning that, let me switch over to the scene. I saw some people saying that they would like to see maybe like Sailor Saturn today. I saw somebody say, somebody mentioned somebody, I can't remember what it was, but I was wondering, my mic sounds hella better, thank you. Yes, I think the upgrade was really worth it. You know what, it was so funny. I actually saw that Mudahar uses the same mic as the new one I got. Sorry, that's my tablet, not you guys. Mudahar uses the microphone I'm busy using. Oh, come on, Huan. So it should be, there we go. It should be a pretty good mic. Anyway, as I was saying, I saw Sailor Saturn, but I was actually wondering, because the next video I'm working on is the video on Magnifico from Wish. Even though I'm not going to talk about her in length, I was wondering if we want to draw Asha, because for everything that goes wrong in Wish, I actually quite like Asha's design. Like visually, I think she's like really nicely designed as a character. Oh, excuse me. Otherwise, we can draw Magnifico. I was wondering if we should do like one of his concept arts, because he's got a bunch of concept arts. It's a little bit different than what they ended up going with. But like I said, the video is about Magnifico as like the main focus. I was just thinking Asha because I know there was somebody in chat who quite often asks for the Disney princesses. So I thought that would be quite nice to do. She's not really a princess though. They're going to incorporate her in the Disney princess line, make no mistake. They are 100% going to do that, even though she's technically not a princess. Asha is a good choice. Just don't draw the damn... I'm not drawing Valentino. I can't stand the goat. Like, Wish is such a mess as a movie, but Valentino is like the only character in the entire movie who I like actively can't stand. Like, everyone else in the movie is they're not fine because they're terribly written, but I can like deal with them. There's nobody in the movie that like actively makes me like enraged. But Valentino makes me so angry, just like from a concept level, because I just hate him. Not like as a person, I just hate like the character, you know, like they made this character and it's painful whenever he's on stream or when he's on screen. I'm trying to think of what character to compare him to, and I honestly can't think of any. He's so infuriating, while at the same time not even really being a character, which is fascinating to me. Like, he's so annoying, but there's not enough to him to even be a character. He's literally just a repository of like, make the toddlers in the audience laugh. Anyway, I've already got Asha up, but I assume Asha's okay. Are you guys okay with Asha? Hey, Indy. Why not draw that scrapped human for the star? Oh, we could do that. That's actually also a good idea. The internet has dubbed him Starboy, which I think is fine, because I think in the movie his name was originally just going to be Star, but I think differentiating Star that's in the movie and Starboy the human it's a good idea to like give them different names. We can do Starboy as well, or I don't know if I can do both of them in the time frame. I can try, but We'll see how long it takes me. Where is... I know I have art of Starboy. Where is it? There's Magnifico. There's this from the... This is from the storyboard for the one of the endings they didn't go with, by the way. Enjoy that for a second while I try and find the concept art for Starboy. There's the... Ah, here we go. Found it. So... There's this. I think this is as close as they got to like nailing down his design. Just flip it upside down. There we go. That's as close as they got. I do have some other concept arts of him, but it's like a photo somebody took of the art book. It's not like a proper scan of the art book, so it's a little difficult to see. I mean, I can bring it up here on screen. I'm like trying to find a proper scan of the art book because I'm not buying it. The shipping to me would be extremely expensive on its own. And as bad as the movie is, I might actually want the art book because I found that movies and games that are kind of bad or mediocre, they tend to have really good art books. And I don't know why that is. I have the art book for Tales of Earthsea, which is not a good movie at all. It's really, really not. The best thing about Tales of Earthsea is it made me read the original Ursula Le Guin novels. And that's the best thing I can say about the movie. But the art book for Tales of Earthsea is really good. It's a really solid art book. Asha is well designed even if her character is trash. Yeah. Just promise us you'll give us either Shadow or Maria in December. Maybe. Because I think there's the Keanu Reeves Shadow movie coming out, correct? And I think they announced a new Sonic game at the Tokyo Game Show this week, I think. I saw some clips of it on my timeline on Tumblr where people had like clips of it, the animation, which looks really, really good. Oh, India, is it your birthday? I'm seeing people say happy birthday. If so, happy birthday. If not, well, happy birthday for whenever it is. So, okay, before I start talking your ears off, are we going with Starboy or do you guys want to go with Asha? Oh, I can do a poll. Hold on. How do we do polls? No, that's community moderation. That's not what I want. Live chats. No. How do I do this? You can do it. You can do like a poll. Hold on. Maybe I can do it on desktop. Hold on. No, that's better Twitch chat. Here we go. Community moderation, timestamps, pop out, send feedback. No, that's not it. Let me go to... I'm also on live chat. I should be on top chat. No, not top chat, live chat. Ah, here we go. There's a little plus here. Start a poll. Here we go. So, are we doing Asha or should we do Starboy? See what people say. And I'll put this on live chat again because I messed that up. Yesterday was my birthday. Thank you all including. Okay, no worries. Happy birthday. I hope it was a good birthday. Starman waiting in the sky. You know what? If Disney ever collapses and has to sell their assets off, what a different company could do in the 2050s is a remake of Wish. Honestly, I think you could do something good with Wish. The problem is because for the upcoming video, I made the mistake of watching the making of, which did give me a lot of information. There's a lot of information in the making of that's going to go into the video. I just say unfortunately because it was not a fun experience. The making of feature of Wish is 90 minutes long and it is excruciating to watch. It is genuinely really, really difficult to watch. I had to bring on a friend of mine who they work in Hollywood and their parents are like old school Hollywood, not like on-screen people, but I think they worked on set design and things. So they are, they're Hollywood natives. I had to bring them on to help me watch the making of feature because I couldn't do it alone. It was so painful. And as I said multiple times while I was watching it, it felt like a cult recruitment ad, if you understand what I mean. It's like, it's very much the same vibe as There Is No War in Ba Sing Se. Like, everybody is smiling. I think they say the word amazing in regards to the movie and the Disney company and working for the Disney company. I think they say it like 50 times in the entire thing. They just go on and on and on about it's so amazing, and it's so amazing to be part of the story. It's so amazing. You know, Disney is such an amazing company. We've got this amazing history. They say that like over and over. I'm seeing Asha win the poll. I'm going to end the poll. So thanks, guys. Thanks for voting. We'll do Asha. Maybe we'll do... No, not next time, because next time is October. Maybe maybe we'll do Starboy in the future. I can close this because I copy-pasted this. Here we go. So, Asha, yes. I ordered Puella Magi Madoka Magica on DVD, and it's coming next week. Nobody give you spoilers. Okay, nobody gives spoilers for Madoka Magica, because that is actually an anime that is greatly enhanced if you don't have any spoilers for it. It's great on a rewatch, but if you watch it with no spoilers, it's really, really good. Anyway, like I was saying, the making of is painful to watch. I am curious as to when it was shot, which I don't really have an answer for, because part of me wonders how much of the making of is damage control. And I don't know whether some of the things in the making of were done as they were making the movie, or if a lot of it was like made after the movie had come out and they saw the reception and they saw how people reacted to it, and they lost what was the number? This is not how much the movie cost them. This is how much money they lost on it. They lost $130 million on this movie. So I'm curious. I'll try and find out if the making of was before the movie came out or if they made it as they were making the movie. Because if they made it after the movie came out, then a lot of the making of feels like damage control. A lot of it feels like them, well, Disney specifically, nobody in the making of itself, but Disney as an entity is like trying to justify a lot of the decisions that happened and like why the movie is the way it is. One of the most insane things in the entire making of that I could not get over, I felt like I was going insane. They were saying that they were trying to figure out how to get a look for this movie. Now, what they don't say in the making of is that there were talks about doing it in 2D first, and then they realized that in order to make... I was going to... You know what? I was going to maybe put something in her arms, and then I realized I was thinking of putting Valentino in her arms. I'm not putting Valentino in her arms. I'll just put like Star as a plushie in her hands, because Star is a little bit too big for her to hold the way I was thinking. So she'll just be holding like the Disneyland plush version of Star. It's fine. What was I saying about the making of? Oh yes, they considered making Wish as a 2D film at one point, but then they realized in order to make Wish in 2D, they would have to rebuild a 2D team. They would have to put together a team of 2D artists, and they just did not want to allocate the time and energy that would need. So they said, oh, we don't have the resources to make it 3D, which is a technical truth, which the Disney company loves technical truths. So it's technically true that they don't have the resources, but they also don't feel like putting the resources together. Oh, I put this on the same layer as the reference. Hold on. So they didn't want to put the resources together. They didn't want to build a team because it would cost money. So they did it in CG instead, and they wanted the CG to look 2D. And one thing they do in the making of again and again and again is every single time they're not sure how to do something, they say that they go back to the vault. And they go back to the vault and they look into the Disney vault and they look at what previous Disney movies did. And they say it as if they're like paying homage to the older movies, but it comes across as them running into a problem and then not knowing how to fix it. And then they just run to the Disney vault and they're like, okay, well, what is done in a previous movie that we can just like do in this movie? And then we'll just call it a homage. We'll call it a celebration, etc., etc., when in reality they're just kind of like patching a sinking ship with other films. So for the design of the movie, they have this scene in the making of where I don't know if it's the director, it's a bunch of them, and they're all standing around this table where they've got replicas of the original background art for Pinocchio specifically, and they're standing around it and they're like pointing at it and they're like, wow, look at the backgrounds for Pinocchio. It's done with watercolor. Look, there's no depth of field here at all because it's an illustration, because in illustrations, you don't really have depth of field. And I'm sitting there and I'm tearing my hair out and I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Snow White had depth of field in it. That you have the multiplane camera in the next room. What are you talking about? And they're like amazed that a flat piece of paper in front of them doesn't have depth of field. And I'm like, it's a flat piece of paper. Of course it doesn't have depth of field. What are you talking about? And then they're like, and that's why in our movie, there's no depth of field in it because we wanted it to look like an illustration. And again, I'm losing my mind watching this because Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs had depth of field. They had, the multiplane camera was developed in like 1935 specifically so that they could have depth of field. What are you talking about? And I'm like sitting there losing my mind as these people who make these movies is on camera effectively gaslighting me into why the movie looks as bad as it does. Because the movie looks bad. The art style looks bad. And they're sitting around and they're like, oh, no. See, what we did was we referenced the old school watercolor illustrations from the original Disney movies. And we totally intended the movie to look this bad. And like I said, I'm sitting there and I'm losing my mind watching it. I think me and my friend, we got to a point where we were just yelling at the screen because they were either like gaslighting us into thinking that the bad decisions were totally on purpose. And there's one point where they just straight up lie. I can't remember what part of the making of it is because I don't think it's relevant to the video I'm making and I don't feel like watching the whole thing again. There's a part where they just straight up lie. And I remember very clearly as me and my friend were watching and they say whatever it was, I just started yelling, "You're lying. That's a lie. That's not true. You are lying." And my friend is just like laughing in the background. They're just losing their mind because the people on screen, they're just lying. They're just straight up factually lying to the camera. And I know they're lying because I've got all kinds of interviews that they've done before the movie came out where they say the exact opposite to what they're saying in the making of. So yes, the making of is not something I recommend watching. It is extremely painful and it'll make you feel like you're going crazy. So yes, current Disney is just built different. Encanto felt like a real comeback of Disney's magic to me in modern for a long time. Yeah, like it's so bizarre because let me just check her nose. Okay, yeah, so she's got a nose similar to Tiana does. She doesn't have like the European nose. She's got like an African nose. I'm gonna have to look at a reference, probably of like Nani or something, just to make sure I draw it correctly. But yes, if you want like an exercise in losing your mind and having a film straight up gaslight and lie to your face over what you know, watch the making of then. If not, avoid it because it is extremely frustrating. Look at this thing I completely do not understand. I must now replicate it into a completely different medium. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly what it is. And it's bizarre. But at the same time, I kind of feel bad for everyone on screen in that making of because it's all the creatives. It's like the writers, the directors, the story artists at one point, the animation director. I actively feel bad for a lot of them because I heard through the grapevine that working on this movie was not fun as a creative. Like, it was a miserable time for basically all the creatives involved because they would think they have a solid idea of what they're doing with the movie. And then a week later, the higher ups would walk in and say, oh no, we've actually changed that. that didn't test well with audiences. So we've decided to completely scrap that and start again. It doesn't matter how much animation has been done for it. It doesn't matter how many storyboards have been drawn for it. We have to start again from scratch because the producer's daughter thought this was scary. So we're not doing that anymore. And it was just like really, really annoying and extremely stressful to work on because at the same time, they marketed this movie as the 100-year celebration of Disney. So the people making the film have no choice but to get it out in 2023. They can't delay it. They can't put it out later or wait until it's properly finished. They have to put it out in 2023. So from what I can see, nobody had fun making this movie at all. Nobody enjoyed working on this. They were all stressed. They were all confused as to what they were actually doing because people kept changing their minds and changing what they wanted. And that's also part of the reason why the movie is the way it is. Makes me pine for the Atlantis making of, which was 2 hours plus long and put together right before Atlantis was released. And you hear these filmmakers genuinely go, we tried really, really hard. Yeah, no, this doesn't feel like that. It's not so much we tried really, really hard. The making of is, this movie is amazing. Working for Disney is amazing. We're so lucky to work for Disney. Disney is this amazing company. It's been around for 100 years. It's made all these very important animated films. It's just that for like 90 minutes. Cinderella 3 seems to be the sequel. Everybody agrees is good. I might prefer it to the original. That's rough. I watched the original for the Disney retrospective, which I haven't worked on it in a few years, but I do plan on getting back to that. And I found it a very confused movie in terms of the mice. I feel really dragged the movie down. But in retrospect, I read somewhere about what the mice do in terms of they provide levity to the movie, which otherwise the movie would be very, very dark. And for me, that wouldn't be a problem, but I can kind of understand how marketing it towards children especially, it would be very, very hard because a lot of the original Cinderella is very dark. It is genuinely a very dark movie because it's a movie that deals with abuse in a terrifyingly realistic way. So Cinderella, I think the third one works better as a narrative story, but I think the first one kind of works better in terms of authenticity, if that makes sense. Especially when it came out, which I think is also a part of the equation that a lot of people don't think about, is how revolutionary Cinderella was for the fairy tale of Cinderella when it came out. You know, the way that Disney reinvented that story to give Cinderella the character agency and give her an actual character and didn't make her this shrinking violet, I'm so tortured character, and instead made her quite a proactive character who didn't go out and look for a prince to come save her. All she was interested in was going to the ball. She didn't even know the guy she was dancing with was the prince in the movie until she was back home the next day. So I think that movie deserves a little bit more credit than I gave it originally, but I think as a viewing experience, Cinderella 3 is just kind of stronger as a narrative. Y'all need to watch the Sweatbox. Oh no. Is that, Tinas, is the Sweatbox, is that similar to Dream On Silly Dreamers? Because I full admittance, I have not watched Dream On Silly Dreamers because I don't want my heart crushed. I don't need that shit in my life. I've heard of the Sweatbox, but I can't remember if it's the same thing as Dream On Silly Dreamers or if it's a different one. People who don't know animation probably have no idea what I'm talking about. Her eyes look kind of scary, but she's got dark brown eyes, so when I give them their color, they'll kind of look less scary. Her eyelashes, yeah, she's got quite thick eyelashes. And she's got like very strong bottom lashes, which I find quite strange. That's the documentary Sting's wife made about the Emperor's New Groove. Oh, okay, yes, I'm with you now. It's brutal. Yeah, I can imagine. It sucks as well because the Emperor's New Groove is like legitimately a great movie. It's genuinely a really, really good movie. And I recently found out that it's a large part of that has to do with the fact that director who worked on Emperor's New Groove. I think he did Cats Don't Dance, if I remember correctly. I need to double check. I just saw that in passing because I was looking for a Cats Don't Dance clip. And I saw something in the comments that apparently he worked on Cats Don't Dance, which makes perfect sense to me because Cats Don't Dance and The Emperor's New Groove, they have a very similar kind of comedy style. And I forget the man's name, but I actually met him at Spark in 2008. He's super nice. He's like a genuinely really nice person. He's really fun to talk to. And what was interesting with him is I was chatting to him because I really liked a short film he did called Galgo's Guest, I believe it's called. And I was talking to him about it, and we were having such fun talking about it that the security guard actually had to tell him that there's other people waiting in line to talk to him. We have to move it along. And he was like, oh shit, sorry. And then I had to like scurry off. But he was just like, he's genuinely passionate about what he does. And it's genuinely fun to talk to him about animation and just animated film. Because he genuinely is just, he likes it, you know. So I remember that quite fondly. Okay, now to draw her lips. I'm not super great at drawing like lips with lipstick on it, so we'll see how well this goes. She's got quite a wide smile. She kind of reminds me of Tiana. I was looking at pictures of Tiana because I'm going to talk about Tiana in the Wish video, just very briefly, because the making of people describe Asha and they're like, oh, Asha is somebody who thinks you should work very hard and not just rely on somebody to fulfill your wish for you, which is not what happens in the movie at all. I don't know what movie they're describing. Oh no, I do know what movie they're describing. They're describing The Princess and the Frog. They're describing Tiana. They're not describing Asha. So I was looking at art of Tiana, and she has a very wide smile, and she's got dimples. And it's just interesting when you see that's what she looks like, and then you see a lot of the official art, they don't give her that, and it's kind of annoying. Because they give her generic Disney princess face, and I'm like, but she actually has interesting features that you're just not giving her, which sucks. Okay, I've given her, like, really wide eyes. Let me see if I can just bring this up a little bit. Again, they're a little scary. I promise when I color them, they won't be that scary. Do that. There we go. I can probably push it a little bit up. Oops. Eraser, not pencil. Sorry, sniffing in your ear. Cinderella doesn't get enough credit for portraying toxic femininity very accurately. The thing is, like, before the Disney movie, Cinderella was always portrayed as, like, this very, like, frail, very please save me kind of character. And the Disney movie, like I said, they actually gave her some agency. They made her, like, an interesting character and made her genuinely cheerful. Like, she yes, her life sucks, but through all of it, she maintains a cheerful personality, which just isn't in the original. Like, in the original fairy tale, that's just not a thing. I got a cute art of me plus Meteora Ostrich, because she's my dearest waifu, one of my most beloved fictional characters. Sorry for Ping, but I thought you'd be interested. I'm not entirely sure who that is, though, I have to admit. Maybe it's just because I'm a gamer, but my all-time favorite Disney movie will always be Wreck-It Ralph. You know what, Wreck-It Ralph, I was thinking about that earlier when I was, like, drafting the next part of the script in my head. Wreck-It Ralph is a genuinely good movie. Like, straight up, Wreck-It Ralph. And you guys know, I complain about references in movies a lot. When movies and TV shows, like, really heavily lean on just making a bunch of references, and then that's what they think being a homage is. Wreck-It Ralph, I don't have that problem with, because it makes sense in universe for Wreck-It Ralph to have, like, Sonic the Hedgehog running around. But also, Wreck-It Ralph is just legitimately a good movie. It's a well-written film. I think it's one of the best movies that Disney's put out in a very long time. Tangled is pretty good too. I do like Tangled. There's some parts of Tangled that annoys me, but Tangled is, on the whole, pretty good. I think Moana is not as good as Tangled, but Moana's pretty good as well. But Wreck-It Ralph, I think, is a genuinely very, very good movie. So she's got shoulders here. I haven't drawn in a hot minute because I was working on an episode for a TV show which hasn't come out yet, so I can't say what it is, which kills me a little bit inside. I hate NDAs. I really wish I could just be like, I worked on this as soon as, I've worked on it. But it's only coming out next year, so I can't say what it is. But I was working on that 2 weeks ago, and it was a little bit stressful because we were on a tight deadline, and the scene that I had, which I had to work on, was extremely intensive. It took, I think I worked on it for 4 days, which doesn't sound like a lot, but I usually can finish cleaning a scene within a day or so, depending on the intricacy. This scene, I think it was like 300 frames, and not only did I have to do the color and shadows, I also had to do the characters in the scene have stripes on them, so I had to hand animate the stripes, and then I had to hand animate the shadows, and then I had to do the flat colors as well. And then some of the characters have gradients on them, so I had to hand animate the gradients. It was a lot. It was a really heavy scene. And because of that, I just I took a week off, and then I started working on the Magnifico video. And that's mainly writing, but it's also kind of taxing because, I read a lot of interviews and I rewatch a lot of things. And then I've been very super tired this week. So that's a very long-winded way to say I haven't drawn anything in just under a month. So if it looks like I'm struggling, that's why. I'm excited for the show, though. It's a show that has been out. It has a few seasons out already. And it's got a new season coming next year. But because the new season isn't out yet, I can't, say what it is. I could probably if I spoke to the studio about it, but I mean, it's best not to push that kind of thing because, NDA is a thing for a reason. So I just kind of work on the default of I can't talk about it until it's aired and just kind of stick with that because it's the safest thing to do when it comes to the NDA. So even though there are seasons out already, it's just best to stay quiet about it until it airs. Did I make this arm? If I put the hand, the forearm is probably long enough, I think. I'll have a look once I get there. Tangled show has top tier villain songs. The Tangled show has genuinely good music, it just has good music across the board. And it has really good animation. The Tangled TV show has shockingly good animation. It's cutout animation, but it does not look like it. It's really quite shocking how good looking that show is. Okay, back to hands, which generally I'm good at, but I sometimes struggle. And like I say, I haven't drawn it in a few weeks, so this might be a little rough. Do that. Do the thumb here, because she's not going to be squishing it, she's just going to be holding it. Do that, and this finger there, and then you won't see the pinky. I think that's okay. It's not the best, but it'll be fine. Me too. Oh, from Recreators, of course. Sorry. Me and names. Somebody said they have a bingo sheet for everything I say in every stream. So there's one for you. Me and names, very bad. Sailor Moon Cosmos finally has released. I still need to watch it. I know it was out, and the only reason I know it's out is because a blog I follow who does live recaps was posting screenshots, but I haven't sat down and watched it yet. Again, because I've been super busy, and I've been catching up on some things that I haven't gotten to yet, which I really, really should have. There were certain. I finally watched both Spider-Verse movies properly, sat down and paid attention to them. I caught up on Arcane, which I was behind on. There was another movie that I watched, which I was behind on, and I needed to sit down and get to. I can't remember what it is right now. But there was something else like that I also hadn't gotten to yet. So that's mainly what I've been doing. Because again, I've been super exhausted lately, so I was like, well, if all I can do is sit and watch things because I'm too tired to do anything else, at least I can watch things that are like must sees, especially if you like work in animation, right? There's like no reason why I hadn't seen the second Spider-Verse movie yet. That was kind of shocking. But I've done that and gotten that out of the way. But I've done that. I've seen the movie now more than once. I think I watched it more than once. I can't remember. And like I said, catching up in Arcane. There was something else. Like I said, it's bothering me now. There was something else I was catching up on that I'd completely forgotten. What exactly is cutout animation? Is that like South Park style animation? South Park is a very strange animal because I need to rewatch 6 Days to Air where they explain their process. South Park, last I heard, it uses Maya, which is actually a 3D animation program. And that's the part where I get very confused because I'm like, why? Why are you using Maya for your cutout animation? So I don't know if South Park uses cutout animation, because if they were just using cutout animation, why are they animating with Maya? Why aren't they using Toon Boom? That is confusing to me. I am not entirely sure if South Park is cutout animation or not. But to answer your question, cutout animation is like the My Little Pony cartoon Friendship is Magic. That's cutout animation. It was actually made in Flash. I don't know if they switched to Toon Boom for the last season or so, but I know that for the majority of the show they were using Flash, which is quite interesting. It's not, well, I want to say it's not really a choice, but it was for a while. But 2010 was quite a late time to be making a show in Flash. I feel like by that point, people had switched over to Toon Boom by then. So, interesting choice to still be using Flash at that stage. But then again, I think when they started, they didn't realize how big that show was going to be. So, fair enough. That's the word I'm looking for. Fair enough, I guess. But it is strange. Anyway, My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, that's a cutout show. A lot of it, they do use redraws a lot, but for the most part, it's cut out. And if you know what to look for in animation, you can like see the cutout. Just focus on this. So her comes here, and then she's got this. This comes here. Okay, so oh, thank you, Avina. Oh, thank you, Andrea. Do you know The Hockey Sweater? It's a kid's book / animated short that's legendary in Canada. It's very good. I don't know. I don't think so. It doesn't ring a bell. But I know that I actually studied in Canada, and I don't know whether that was something that was like given to us as something to know about for a while, because there were a few shorts they made us watch just because they were like, as an animator, you should be aware of this. And I don't know if that was one of them, because I know The Man Who Planted Trees was one of the shorts. The Man Who Planted Trees is very good. I highly recommend that. I think it's up on YouTube. I don't know whether we watched Hedgehog in the Fog. I think Hedgehog in the Fog was mentioned. I rewatched that recently because somebody uploaded a 4K restoration of it, which, again, I highly recommend. Very, very, very good. But I don't know if that was one that they made us watch. Let's do this, because I think I made her a little thick. I have a tendency to do that. I don't know why. I like giving female characters slightly bigger hips. I don't know why. It's just a thing that happens. I want to say it's the Chris Sanders influence. South African Maulers streaming, shut up. And anyone who knows the production history of Final Fantasy Spirits Within knows how much of an obvious money pit you're committing with the software. Is that Maya? Because yes, Maya is the software of all time. I think it's still industry standard. I'm not entirely sure because I don't work in 3D. I know that when I last worked with 3D, it was still standard, but that was quite a few years ago. So I don't know whether Maya is still the standard, but I think it is. thing is, with like a lot of things changing, because of all the nonsense that Adobe is pulling with Photoshop, for instance, Photoshop has kind of stopped being industry standard. A lot of studios are moving away from Photoshop just because they can't trust it. And I mean, why would you? It's got like all this spyware on it now that like records what you're drawing and what art you're making. And I mean, if you're working at a studio with NDAs and stuff, you can't have that. You can't have a software that's actively spying on what you're working on. Hey CPF, do you have any interest in watching Transformers 1? I think so. I'm not super into Transformers, but I'm not into Transformers. I've watched quite a few series. I watched Transformers Animated. I had issues with Transformers Animated, but mainly my issues with Transformers Animated... Was it Transformers Animated? No, it was Transformers Animated, not Prime. Prime was the 3D one. My issues with Transformers Animated mostly had to do with the fact that it was cancelled early. They expected to have a 4th season and they didn't get it. So they had to wrap up season 3 very, very quickly. And as a result, a lot of the final season felt extremely mean-spirited to me. There was a lot of things like how they finished character stories, which I felt was just cruel. Like, I couldn't understand, why would you end this character's story this way? This is a very, very dark and sad way of ending this character's story, and I felt that for a lot of characters, and which sucks, because that's probably the Transformers I liked the most up until the final season, because I really liked Prowl. I thought Prowl was a really good character. I liked him a lot. And I mean, I grew up watching Beast Wars, and from what I have seen other people say, apparently Beast Wars like still holds up. Apparently that's still a legitimately good show, even though it looks the way it does. Photoshop is utter trash now. So mad about it because their Rush engine remains one of my favorites. All hail Clip Studio Paint. Tinas, if I could just ask you, I don't know if you can say this on stream, but were they like, what was the vibe at Annecy this year in terms of like Photoshop? Again, I don't know if you can like say on a live stream. I'm just curious because that's actually a good question. Like, just curious what the vibe was. TFA not getting a 4th season is a crime. Yeah. I should rewatch Beast Wars. Again, I don't expect it to look good because it doesn't. It looks very bad. But that's because of age and technology. So there is a certain kind of interest you can take in the early 3D animation of it. I am messing up this arm very badly. Hold on. That would be better, I think. Yes, I think that's okay. There should be more foreshortening on this arm. Okay, there we go. Okay, I see what I'm doing wrong. Okay, crisis averted. I was very busy with mostly just business stuff. Barely had time to say hi to anyone. Oh, okay, no worries. Again, I wasn't sure whether you could like just say something about what you saw at NAC on a live stream, but I was curious. That said, my golden rule at NAC every year is to ignore everything animation, smoke my pipe next to the lake, and read some BDs. I'm not the guy to ask about vibes. Okay, fair enough. I suppose that's also just a good way to go about it if you just want to keep your sanity, because otherwise there's like a lot of business talk and a lot of bullshitting. Like, yes, this is the next big thing. This is what our studio is doing. Please invest. You know, it's a lot of that. And I don't know if I'd have the patience for that either. Transformers Armada was iconic for me. I don't know if I watched Armada. I watched like the first season of Prime, but I don't know what it was. Something about Prime turned me off. It might have been that I wasn't really feeling any of the characters. The only character I was kind of into in Prime was Knockout. And because he was one of the Decepticons, it was kind of annoying that the only character I liked was on like the bad guy side. And I found that kind of frustrating. So much business and bullshitting. If it helps anyone, basically no one was talking about AI. Yeah, you told me that literally nobody at NAC was talking about AI. Apparently, you said the only people who were talking about AI was like Adobe and such. And the second they opened their mouths, like everybody started rolling their eyes. It was very funny. There we go. And then we can just do the same as what I did on the other side. Actually, let me flip it. It'll be a little easier then. So here, and then here, and here. Okay, there we go. Excuse me. Suddenly I want to watch Donkey Kong Country now. It was good, and I haven't seen it since I was a kid, but I could see it being very camp. I recommend watching Vinny react to the music, because he didn't watch the show, which is quite sad, but Vinny watched the compilation of the music in the Donkey Kong Country show, and it's actually really fun, especially because Vinny is like a music guy, and also because the music in that show, even though the show itself isn't very good, the music is legitimately high quality. It's really strange. Here we go, it's good enough. And now I can put star. I'm actually going to cheat and just use a brush. This one. Yeah, also the North American gang that came over were mostly looking for work. Yeah, US isn't doing so well. Yeah, I heard that. But I'm not going to talk too much shop on like a live stream, just in case I accidentally say something where it's like you weren't supposed to say that out loud on like a public stream. And also because it is interesting to me, but I worry that like a lot of my chats isn't super into like the business side of animation. But yes, that is a thing. But it's also, as I keep saying, what's interesting about the quality decline in terms of American stuff right now, what it is causing, which is very interesting to me, is it is making a lot of normies, if I can use that word. It's making a lot of normies like check out TV shows and movies from other countries. Like, thanks to Netflix and stuff, it means that people are actually checking out movies and TV shows that are from India and China and things like that. And they have really, really good animation scenes. They put out really high quality stuff. And because the American side isn't doing so great, it means a lot of these other markets are starting to find an audience. And that's really, really cool. Like, I think that's really awesome. Because I think even, like I said, I'm catching up on Arcane. I think Arcane, that's a French studio, isn't it? I remember something like that. Again, I promise I'm not going to talk shop too much. I know I find it interesting, but I don't know whether the audience actually cares that much about the ins and outs of the animation as far as the industry side goes. How do we pronounce that, Tinas? Fortiche? Fortiche? Is that how you say it? Bloody French. But yes, okay, so it is a French studio. Believe it or not, my first exposure to anime was Hi Hi Puffy Yumi on Cartoon Network. My first exposure to anime was when I was 5, I think. Well, earlier than that. South Africa has like a cultural staple of Heidi Girl of the Alps, because Heidi Girl of the Alps had an Afrikaans dub. It was one of the few shows that had an Afrikaans dub, so even though it's an anime, it's like a cultural staple in this country, which is great for us because it's actually it's not an early Miyazaki work. He did work on some episodes, but Heidi Girl of the Alps is an Isao Takahata gig, which Isao Takahata, he did Princess Kaguya, he did Pompoko, he did Grave of the Fireflies, he did Only Yesterday, he did a lot of other Ghibli movies. Only Yesterday is one of my favorite Ghibli movies. So he did Heidi Girl of the Alps, and that's like a cultural staple in my country. So I guess that's like the first anime I ever watched. Another one would be the American dub of Samurai Pizza Cats, which is highly superior to the original Japanese. And the reason why is because Samurai Pizza Cats, the dubbing studio got the show, but they didn't get the script. So they had no idea what was going on in this show story-wise. And that resulted in them having to just kind of make the shit up as they were going, as they were dubbing. And as a result, it meant the show was a lot better and funnier than the original version of it. Because they just had a bunch of really skilled comedians, like, make jokes of the visuals. And it's really funny. So that was kind of my first exposure to anime. Mine was Moomins plus Digimon, Pokemon, and then there was a super obscure show about 3 ghosts. We got Moomin as well. However, even though Moomin is technically an anime, it's a Finnish Japanese production, so I'm not entirely sure how much I would call it an anime, simply because it does have a lot of influence from the Finnish side as well, even though like the production company was in Japan. Does South Africa still produce dubs? I'm not sure. I don't think so. I would have to ask around. Do you know Vicky as well? I don't think so. I watched all of Heidi some years ago. It was very nice. So nice. Yeah, I need to rewatch it. The thing with Heidi is it never had an English dub, so it... Well, no, that's incorrect. It did have an English dub, but the English dub was like for Hong Kong. It was either for Hong Kong or Singapore. So it never had a Western English dub. Let me put it that way. So a lot of like Americans and Europeans don't really know Heidi. I think Heidi was big in South America because I know South America, much like South Africa, had a lot of Japanese anime because it was a lot cheaper to get anime from Japan and dub it than it was to get cartoons from America. It was just more cost effective to get like cheaper anime and dub it than it was just to get the American cartoons. I know I mentioned this last stream, but my first anime was Fist of the North Star. I think you did mention it, but that's really funny. Okay, now for her dress. She has like a scoop neck. But it doesn't scoop like off the shoulder. It stays on her shoulders. There we go. And then she has like a shirt under it. Ever watched otaku lyrics on YouTube? People try to sound out Japanese syllables in anime intros and create awkward English phrases. I can't watch that kind of thing because that's why I stopped watching dubs when I was like 13. Because it's just, you can tell when somebody is like extremely mispronouncing a non-English word. And even as a 13-year-old child, it just made me cringe too much. And I was like, I'm going to watch this with subtitles instead. I can't handle this. Well, that's because I'm from Finland. I'd consider that my first anime by proxy. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense then, yeah. Actually, it may have been Transformers Energon, yeah, and Cybertron as well. I missed what that conversation is about. Vicky was another German-Japanese co-production just like Heidi about a Viking boy and his... Oh, you know what? I know of Vicky. I just haven't watched it, but I actually know exactly what you're talking about. Yes. It's like Maya the Bee as well, which I think Maya the Bee was also a German-Japan production, if I remember correctly. We got some of Maya the Bee, and I think some people were super into it, but I don't remember like being super into it myself. Like I said, I was more with Heidi and Moomins, and then Samurai Pizza Cats. Fun fact about Samurai Pizza Cats, rumor has it that the guy who sang the opening song, who also voiced the main villain, was drunk during recording. You know what, that I would believe that. That would make perfect sense to me. And you know what? It fits the vibe of the show. Like, it just kind of fits that that's what was going on in the booth. To the show's like benefit, like even today there's some of it that's aged poorly, but I've seen clips. I haven't watched the entire show yet. It still kind of holds up just because it's so funny. Doesn't SA have 12 or so official languages? Do they produce dubs for all of them? We have 11. I think we might have had 12 because they added one, but I know for a fact we have 11. What they do is they tend to dub it in... We either use just standard English, or they would dub it in Afrikaans, or they will dub it in Zulu. Maybe Xhosa as well, but Zulu definitely, because Zulu is the majority spoken language in my country, if I remember correctly. It was last time I checked. Oh, thanks, Kevin. Have you ever watched Sherlock Hound from Studio Ghibli? One of my favorite anime. You know what? I've got it. You know, if you know what I mean.
You have
but
received a new message.
thank you, Avina. But I haven't sat down and watched it yet. But I've got like the files of it. So that's another one I need to sit down and watch. I've got like a really nice Blu-ray rip of it from Japan. Oh, it looks gorgeous. It's similar to what was the other one? Oh, Anne of the Green Gables, which is another one I need to sit down and watch. Like, it looks so gorgeous. Is this straight or... Yes, it is straight. So it's quite a harsh change here. And then it's got stitching in between it. So, kind of like that. There we go. Oh, that's the other thing they said in the making of. They were like, this movie takes place in the Middle Ages, which makes it much earlier than any other Disney movie. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, did these people forget that Brother Bear exists? Do they remember that Brother Bear exists? Because I can guarantee you, Brother Bear takes place before Wish does. I don't care how early you set Wish. Let me just hide this quickly. No, you can't really see it. Okay, never mind. So this stitching is just kind of there. Like that, yeah. Have I seen Willy Fogg? I've heard of it. I haven't sat down and watched it yet. That earlier thing about me mentioning Transformers, Energon, and Cybertron was about my first anime. Ah, okay, gotcha. Actually, should I? No, it is kind of on her shoulder. Yeah, okay, so I'm not going to bring this up. I'm just going to do it like that then, in this case. Like that. Middle Ages, it's very diverse for the Middle Ages. They said that, this is, again, the making of is an exercise in frustration. Because they're like, it takes place in the Mediterranean. So we decided it should take place on the Iberian Peninsula. But then when you watch the movie itself says it takes place on a Mediterranean island, which is not the Iberian Peninsula. So again, I don't know what they're talking about. If you want to have an experience where you feel like you're going crazy, watch the making of. Do that because she has her sleeve here. And this one. Like that. And then I can just put the folds there. There we go. And then she has a belt, I believe. Yes, she does. I'm going to hide this one because, yeah, she's got the belt there. Have I watched Sophia the First? No, I always felt that by the time Sophia the First came out, I felt it was a little bit too young for me to really check out because it seemed very, very obviously geared towards like preschoolers, which isn't a bad thing. It just means that I didn't think there was anything I could get out of it. Oh, so Wish clearly takes place before Hercules. Yeah, that too. They're very weird. In the making of, they seemed very, very focused on the time period in terms of like a concrete time period. And they're like, Wish takes place in the 1200s, which is a very strange decision in my opinion. I'm like, why are you being so hyper specific with the time period? And I joke in the script, I'm like, I think they've seen one too many of those historically accurate Disney princess fan arts, and that's why they're so hung up on like cementing down what time period Wish takes place in. It's just, again, it's a very strange decision to be like, so it takes place in the 1200s. And I'm like, okay, but why was that such an important thing for you to be specific about? Again, there's so much of this movie that's so strange to me. And I watched the making of thinking it might answer some of the questions I have. And it did, but it also opened a lot of other questions. Let's see, she's got this pouch, and these are just ropes, okay. So she's just got these cords here. Like that, and then she has like a pouch, which I'll draw on in a sec. Because I think these belts are studded, actually, if I take another look. Or at least that's the vibe I got from... Oh, here we go. I'm guessing because, like, Asha is meant to be the fairy godmother for Cinderella. Yeah, again, it's very strange. Because the problem with Wish as a whole is that it got changed so many times in production that there is a lot of the movie that isn't actually the movie. It's leftovers from a previous version of the movie that now doesn't make any more sense. And not an animated film, but have you ever seen Invictus? I saw it for the first time yesterday and loved it. I've not seen Invictus, but I know what it's about. I believe that's when we won the World Cup in 1994, correct? I think so. If I remember correctly, that's what it's about. I tend to really struggle watching American movies about South Africa. Is my stream doing okay? I'm seeing a lot of buffering here. Let me know if the stream is okay. It says my stream health is excellent, but I'm seeing a lot of buffering, so I don't know what's going on. Anyway, I struggle to watch American productions of South Africa because it's a little cringe because they tend to get minor things wrong. And just because of the kind of person I am, I really, really hate misinformation a lot. So I get very stressed out when I see them get minor things wrong because I'm like, oh Lord, they got this wrong, they got that wrong. People are going to think that's like accurate now. I think that's why like The Lion King was fine because The Lion King is an animated cartoon. So if they get things in The Lion King wrong, it's not super, it's not as big a problem. Because with The Lion King, I mean, people know it's a cartoon. They don't expect it to be 100% accurate. But with things with like Invictus and other movies like that, if they get something wrong, people are going to assume that it's 100% correct. Because people just kind of assume that if you're making a big budget movie, you do your research, which is not always the case. But I haven't seen Invictus. So maybe it's completely accurate. We lived Invictus, yeah. The only Afrikaans character Hollywood ever made fun was Glomgold. You know what? You're right. You're 100% correct. But the fact that it's Glomgold of all people, that's very funny. And then they robbed us. Because Glomgold in the DuckTales cartoon, they made him Scottish because that was during apartheid. And Disney didn't want to acknowledge that South Africa exists. So in the DuckTales cartoon, Glomgold is just like also Scottish, which sucks. Because that's like what people think of when they think of Glomgold. They're like, oh, the other Scottish duck? And it's like, no, he's South African. You don't understand. We were robbed. Once Upon a Studio is much better anniversary movie than Wish. I'm going to watch it for the video. I haven't watched it yet because I know for a fact that it's going to make me super emotional. And I was like, I have to like prepare myself for those emotions. So I haven't watched it yet. But I hear it's really good. Everybody I've spoken to that have seen it says it's genuinely very, very good and like heartfelt. And I'm guessing it's because it's a short. So the Disney company didn't care about it as much as they did Wish, which kind of allowed the animators and filmmakers to just kind of put a little bit more into it that was not marketable. They could actually be artistic about it. Okay, square, square, square. Okay, so it's a square, then it's another square. And then it's another square. Like that, okay. And then she's just got a dress. Which I'm just going to put like some random folds just to indicate that it's a dress. Oops. This one, there we go. I know she doesn't have really, her dress is very sleek in the movie itself, but I just want to give some indication that there's fabric there just because I like that kind of thing. Not too much though. Oh, and then let's do the detailing because I know that's another thing. Oh, and I need to do her necklace. That's another thing that the making of was like going on and on and on about is the fact that they incorporated pumpkin seeds into her design, because the fairy godmother, which is weird Because at first I was like, okay, I kind of understand why, but then I'm like, wait a second, the pumpkin seeds doesn't actually, that's not the fairy godmother, that's Cinderella herself. Why are, yes, I know the fairy godmother makes the magic, the pumpkin carriage, but I kind of associate pumpkins with Cinderella, not so much with the fairy godmother. Things I associate with the fairy godmother is like the pixie dust. That's more what I associate the fairy godmother with, right? Is it just me? Hey McMons, love your My Adventure with Superman analysis videos, though thorough, well-researched, and fun. Pretty educational. Thank you. I'm so glad you liked it. I know some people weren't as into My Adventure with Superman as my previous videos, and I mean, that's fine. Sometimes I look at what I think would be a good fit with the channel, because despite doing this for a few years now, I still kind of am figuring out what I'm doing, especially because I'm not doing this as like with the intent of it being this big marketable YouTube channel, right? I talk about things that I think would be interesting to talk about, and I hope that I can make a little bit of cash to pay for groceries and stuff, and then I just kind of waffle on about the things that I think are interesting, and that's basically it. So not everybody was super into the My Adventure with Superman videos, but it's okay because I got to talk about stuff that was a little different than Magical Girls or Velma. So it was a nice change of pace, and I learned a lot about like DC and things that I hadn't looked into up until then. So that was also quite cool. But I'm glad you enjoyed it. Like I said, I'm going to talk about Magnifico next, mainly because I was watching other people talk about Wish. I was watching people discuss. Oh, I don't need to draw that. I was mainly talking about people discussing the music, and I was watching certain channels to just kind of make fun of it. And I realized this weird pattern that was happening where people seem to not understand Magnifico's motivations, which is very strange to me because out of every character in the movie, he's like the one character who I fully understand why he did what he did, and I fully understand where he's coming from, but that kind of makes the movie worse at the same time. So I thought I'd make the video just because I found it very strange that there were some people that apparently completely missed his entire backstory and like why he does what he does, even though the movie like reiterates why he's like this about 3 times throughout its runtime. So that was strange to me, and I'm like, well, that's something to talk about. And I thought it would be a much smaller video than it's busy ending up being, because like I said, just with the making of and stuff, I'm finding more and more things to talk about just with Magnifico. I'm not even talking about Wish as a whole. So it's not going to be a super short video now. But it's also interesting and fun because I get to talk about more Disney stuff, and I actually like talking about Disney because I find that its history is very interesting, and I find its films are very interesting, even though the modern Disney is really, really tiring, and I want to say stressful, but not super stressful. For future groceries. Thank you, Catharsis. Yeah, and thank you, Ravina, whenever she pops up. Thank you so much, Catharsis. Your My Adventure Superman video was worth it just for the Josie Campbell rant alone, and getting to hear you say the words gay French gorilla and B100. Yeah, I counted. I said the words gay French gorilla, I think 17 times in that one video. And like his name is, it's Marcel. Monsieur Marcel, if I remember correctly. But I mean, if you give me a gay French gorilla, I'm going to refer to it as the gay French gorilla. I'm not going to refer to it as anything else. If there was like more of that kind of silliness in the movie, I would have liked it a lot more. Not movie, I mean TV show. You know what I mean. But like I said, I think its problem is it suffered from wanting to write a 25 episode story in the span of 10 episodes. And that just was not going to work. 10 episodes is a very, very small amount of time. If you're going to do like a consistent story, you need to dedicate every single episode to that story. You can't do like the Monster of a Day thing and have like a dedicated storyline. It's just not going to work. Velma and High Guardian Spice were also pretty hot topics when you made your videos about them. Yeah, it's true. But I did say quite early on, and I made the active decision that I was not going to chase views. I was not going to chase what's popular on YouTube. What I was going to do is I was going to make videos about what I think are interesting. And because I take a long time making videos, just because I talk a lot in my videos, so they take a long time to edit, but also I do actually have a job, right? I can't dedicate like full time working on YouTube. So I just figured instead of like doing the audience chasing, the click chasing, all of that, do as much as I can to encourage people to watch my videos, and then just focus on what I would actually like to talk about. And from what I've seen, every like big YouTuber whose videos I've watched about YouTube, that's the advice that all of them give. All of them say, just make the things that you want to make, and your audience will find you in time. Rating. Is my stream doing okay? It looks like it. Oh, you know what? I think it's just my phone that's behind. No lag? Okay. Oh, the stream is bugging? Okay. That's weird, because it says stream health is fine. It's very strange. I don't know why it's doing that, but I can see it buffering on my phone as well. So I don't think it's just you guys. I wonder whether the storm in the US is causing some kind of problem in terms of connectivity. Anyway, I'll keep an eye on it. Just let me know if it continues acting up. Because Avina hasn't popped up yet either. Where is Avina? Actually, I might have to resize this window just so I can see the chat. Oh, there my phone seems to be reconnecting. Give me a sec, just so I can see you guys on my phone. Because otherwise I have to change my window size here so I can see you on my screen as well. Okay, it's buffering. Hold on. I'm going to resize the screen. Just give me a sec. Do that. There we go. And if I just resize it a little bit. Am I back? Okay, I'm back. Okay, there we go. No, I don't have to resize the window because the phone has started working again. Okay, great. Was buffering? Yeah, okay. It says on my end. Oh, there we go. It says error. Okay. Okay, but I think we're fine now. Just let me know. It was buffering, but it seems to be back, but you didn't miss anything. It was basically me just clicking around trying to figure out if the buffering was on my end or on your guys' end. Now it's fine? Okay, great. What I was saying basically is I just focus my channel on making things that I want to talk about and not chase clicks and not chase what will like go viral and things like that, because I would rather just, you know, talk about things I want to talk about. So I know that that's not always going to result in these big viral videos, but I feel that it makes for better videos in the long run. Like, I just think the quality of the videos themselves are much better, because a lot of the time, just generally, I'm not somebody who really gets wrapped up in what's popular, like in general. And I've always been that way. It's not like, oh, I'm too good for the mainstream. No, it's just like, I've always kind of been the person that's been super late to a lot of things. So, I'm not too concerned. Might have to hop off. Well, thanks for hanging out, Indy. Tell the magic man to knock it off. Let me see, this isn't really like Star, because Star is this weird thing with nubs on him. But I'm going to pretend that this is Star. So we're going to give him like the heart face. The other thing in the making of that was driving me and my friend crazy, for different reasons. My friend was being driven crazy from one side, and I was being driven crazy from the other side. Is in the making of, they do that very, very gross thing where they want to talk about Walt a lot. Now, Walt was not a perfect person. Nobody would say he's a perfect person. But the way that the Disney company uses Walt as a marketing tool, I find very, very gross. And that's a based way to make videos. And I don't like it when they talk about Walt specifically in terms of his approach to fantasy and storytelling. I'm speaking specifically the Disney company. I'm not talking about other people. I'm just talking the Disney company specifically. Because the Disney company talks about Walt in this extremely sanitized way. And why that bothers me is one thing that Disney never seems to want to acknowledge is the fact that Walt came from a very difficult upbringing because of his father. Now, I don't want to go into too much detail because I don't want YouTube to demonetize this video as well. But Walt's father was a very harsh person. And there's a reason Walt left home when he was 16. And there's a reason why the second Roy, who's the older brother, was out of the house. He told Walt to get out of there as well. And the Disney company and I feel that's important because I feel that ties into why fantasy and escapism is so important to Walt Disney and why it affects his approach to storytelling and bringing like storytelling and such to people. That it's a very big part of it. But because the Disney company can't find any way to make that marketable, they just don't mention it. They don't talk about it. They don't bring it up. They just kind of they don't bring it up because you can't make that marketable. And that frustrates me because they are perfectly willing to market everything else about Walt. But they don't want to talk about the thing that's like a reality about the man. And it comes across as they're not interested in Walt as a real human being. They're interested in how they can use Walt as a selling tool. And that made me super, super angry watching the making of. And my friend got super angry at the making of because they were talking about how Star, they tried to mimic Star off of Mickey Mouse's face. And even though that is technically true, it doesn't really read that way. So my friend found that super insulting. So yeah, we were just yelling at the screen a lot. We pretty much got the gist of Walt's backstory in the movie Saving Mr. Banks. I still need to watch that. I didn't watch it because it being a Disney property that talks about Walt and the making of Mary Poppins, I did not trust it to be an accurate retelling of what actually happened during the making of that movie. That's genuinely why I just have not watched it yet. Hey, thanks, Andrea. I'm only seeing this now. I don't know where Avina is. Avina, where are you? Come back, I miss you. Do you like The Gods Must Be Crazy? It was very popular worldwide. I do like it even if it's messy as fuck by later standards. I grew up with The Gods Must Be Crazy. I have not watched it since, but I remember really liking it as a child. I don't know how well it would hold up these days in terms of just being a movie, but I do. I mean, like I said, I grew up with it, so if nothing else, I have nostalgia for that movie. I know you like Baldur's Gate, so I was wondering if you ever played a D&D. I've not played D&D because I could never really find a group to join. There's not really a lot of people where I live at the moment that would be into D&D, and I'm not entirely sure where to go online to find an online group, especially as somebody who's never played before. And I know that a lot of D&D groups can be quite unwelcoming if you're a newcomer. They tend to be they get frustrated because you're learning how the game plays. So I just kind of haven't really looked into it. But the reason why I like Baldur's Gate is because I like the characters and I like the story. Mainly the characters. Like, I really like the Baldur's Gate characters, and that's why I'm interested in the game series. You'll never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy than Disney. You ever watch Friends? Yes, I actually really like Friends. I really, really do like Friends. I didn't watch it when it was airing, though, strangely enough, because I think I've said this before. I only really started watching live action stuff when I was like 22. Everything else, like, I would just watch animated things. And the only live action things I would watch would be maybe a few shows on Nickelodeon when I was 12 or stuff. 12 or something. Like around the golden age of Nickelodeon live action TV. And I'm talking before iCarly. I'm talking like All That and Kenan and Cal and Pete and Pete. Pete and Pete is very good. If you've not watched Pete and Pete, look it up and watch it. It is legitimately one of the best shows that Nickelodeon has ever made. But I only watched Friends much, much later, and I really like it. I actually really, really enjoy Friends. It's probably my favorite sitcom, I think. I watched it again the other day. God Must Be Crazy. It's a lovely little fairy tale about the bush. I recommend watching Beautiful People as well. Beautiful People, that's another one I grew up with, which probably says a lot about me as a person, that like 5-year-old me was watching Beautiful People because it's really brutal. D&D is much better with friends and in person, in my opinion. I love mastering for my friends, but only had a few sessions online and did not enjoy nearly as much. Okay, that's good to know. Let's do this because I want to do this in one stroke so it's nice and smooth. There we go. Did Mary Poppins summon the undead to fight Nazis? No, Mary Poppins only cares about stuff. Are you talking about Bedknobs and Broomsticks? Because that does happen in Bedknobs and Broomsticks. I always forget that. No, she didn't summon the undead to fight Nazis, Tinas. It was the First World War. So she wouldn't have summoned the undead to fight Nazis. She would have just summoned the undead to like fight in the trenches. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure it's World War One. But she does summon the undead. It's true. My favorite sitcom is probably still Frasier. Frasier is really good as well. I watched some of Frasier. I need to sit down and like watch all of it. But I've watched a lot of Frasier. Wait, what? Yeah, and that happens in Bedknobs and Broomsticks. Bedknobs and Broomsticks is crazy. I actually highly recommend it. It's a lot of fun. Especially if you liked Mary Poppins, you should watch Bedknobs and Broomsticks. It's very similar, but different in a lot of ways. Is Bedknobs and Broomsticks, is that Angela Lansbury? I can't remember if it's Angela Lansbury. I'm sorry, but I just hopped back in after leaving for a second and I hear about Mary Poppins summoning the undead. No, it's not Mary Poppins summoning the undead. It's the witch from Bedknobs and Broomsticks. It's World War II during the Blitz. Oh, yes. You're right. It is during the Blitz. That's why the children are there. Okay, my mistake. I thought it was World War I, but no. That makes more sense. Okay, yeah, so she does summon the undead to fight Nazis. That is, in fact, correct. It's a good movie. I highly recommend it. It's very, very good. It is Angela Lansbury? Yeah, I thought so. Also, I don't know what it is about Bedknobs and Broomsticks. Mary Poppins has like the more iconic songs, but for some reason, the song from Bedknobs and Broomsticks, Portobello Road, that one sticks in my head a lot more than the songs in Mary Poppins, and I don't know why, because I don't think it's because it's like a better song. For some reason, it just sticks with me more. I thought I was high when I heard the Mary Poppins quip. Yes, she was a witch before she solved English countryside murders. Yes, she did that too. Speaking of which, it's sad. Did you hear Maggie Smith passed away this week? It sucks. I know she was old, but it kind of always sucks when an older actress passes away, or actor. My theory is always that the reason why it sucks so much, just in general, is because, you know, older actors and actresses, you have this legacy. Like, you can celebrate a very famous actor or actress or artist when they pass away, but you can't celebrate a famous actor or actress or artist when they're born, right? So you never have this sense that new artists and new great actors and new great actresses are coming into this world, because obviously you can't celebrate that, right? Time doesn't work that way. So you kind of build up this false negative in your head that we are only losing great actors and actresses and we're not gaining any. I think about that kind of thing sometimes. So this stream has gone from Wish bashing to Transformers to Mary Poppins. I actually, for Wish, right? Wish has so many references to older Disney movies in it. It does make me wonder if there are any Mary Poppins references in Wish, because they reference everything else. And I didn't count because I didn't feel like doing that to myself, but I watched the CinemaSins video for Wish just because I kind of wanted to see what they had to say. I don't really watch CinemaSins, but I was curious like what they would point out as problems. And they counted, and apparently Wish has 102, I think it is, 102 or 101 references to past Disney movies throughout the whole thing. And that's shocking to me. That's not acceptable in my opinion. Oh, sorry, that was me scratching the table. I'm guessing you'll know this, but James Earl Jones also passed on recently. Yeah, I saw that as well. Let's do this. How did they do her ears, actually? Okay, they just did the this. They did the this, where they do this and they do this, and then they have like another one there. Okay. I love CinemaSins. I don't really like CinemaSins because they are not because of like CinemaSins themselves, but because a lot of people take CinemaSins seriously, and that like annoys me because it's very clearly just meant to be comedy. They do bring up good points here and there sometimes, but that doesn't mean that they should be like considered an accurate critic of movies. And a lot of people do kind of see them as reviews, which they're not. So I just don't like watching their videos just because they kind of annoy me for that reason, which isn't even their fault. Here we go. Too bad them referencing the old school Disney characters didn't mean anything in Wish. Yeah. Like I said, it's very strange in the making of. Every single time they have a problem and they don't know what to do with a story or a character or a scene, they actively admit just going to the vault and like digging around in the Disney vault and checking what they can like cannibalize to put in the movie. There's one scene where they're doing the revolutionary scene. I forget what it's called. And they have the character who is based off Dopey holding Valentino. And there's a shot where they all come into frame and you can see them watching the daily. And the director says that, well, he's just kind of holding Valentino. He needs to be doing something at the end of the song number. His animation just kind of dwindles and doesn't lead to anything. It's just kind of a big wake fart. Nothing happens there. And they didn't know what to do from an animation standpoint. And then someone in the daily's audience goes, wouldn't it be funny if he just holds Valentino like in The Lion King? And then everybody laughs. And then that's what they did. That's what they did in the movie. They just made a Lion King reference to kind of solve an animation problem they were having. And that kind of just informs you about the entire process of the movie as far as making it is concerned. Every single time they had a problem, they just like used a reference. And I mean, it's annoying. It's like, did you guys want to make a movie or not? Right? Did you guys want to make a movie or didn't you? Because when you say things like this, it kind of just sounds like you didn't even want to make this movie. Wish wasn't even a hilarious fun to watch failure like Velma. For me, it was just sad. It just felt like the antithesis of everything that Disney's been doing wrong recently. Yeah, that's the thing. And that's why when it came out, I didn't cover it. Because I watched it when it came out. But it's just kind of deflating. Yes, I'm going to be talking a lot in this video about it. But I'm not even covering the movie as a whole. Because the movie as a whole is just kind of tiring. And there's only so many times you can scream about Disney being awful at the moment, and this movie being awful, and the references being awful. there's a lot you can talk about in terms of what Wish does wrong, but at the end of the day, the biggest problems has to do on the management side of Disney, and that's why it is the way it is. And it just kind of gets tiring to say that over and over again. Whereas with the Magnifico angle I'm taking with the video I'm making, I am primarily focusing on the very strange writing and creative decisions with him, which kind of gives me a hanger to hang the video on, instead of just being like, this movie is bad, this part of the movie is bad, this part of the movie is bad, this is also bad, and just kind of saying that for an hour. So, right? Especially because I can't criticize most of the characters in Wish the way I can, even in something like High Guardian Spice, because the majority of characters in Wish aren't even really characters. They're just kind of cardboard stock characters meant to fulfill a function in the bigger story. They don't really have personalities. They just kind of do what this kind of character is supposed to do. So again, it just becomes very tiring and frustrating to listen to and think about and talk about for an extended period of time. Oops. Come on. There we go. Often it feels like the Disney boardroom is a bunch of Will Ferrells going, I'm the son of a mother, I'm the mother of a son, I'm the nephew of a woman, aunt, some of my best friends are Jewish. That scene in Barbie is a lot more accurate than people realize. Even the running joke that the Nostalgia Critic had for a while, I don't know if he still does it. I haven't watched him in a very, very long time. He had that running joke a few years ago where he had the guys with the chart, and every single time he would make like an observation of, well, why didn't you do this? They would turn and they go, well, the chart says, that is actually a completely accurate representation. Like, that isn't even a joke. That is an accurate representation of how a lot of these movies get made. Oh yeah, I read that. There's a video on YouTube called Morshu Read the Entire Bible. Someone sentence spliced that Zelda characters 18 to 20 seconds of dialogue into 83 hours. Now that takes talent. I need to watch Vinny's playthrough of Arzette as well. That was a character I was thinking of drawing on stream at some point, just because I legitimately like Arzette's design. I think it's really cool. I also kind of want to draw the CDI Zelda design, just because I really actually like... The games are terrible, but I like CDI Zelda's design. I actually think it's quite cute. The only newish Disney thing I want to check out is Inside Out 2. I hear that's not bad. I haven't watched it, but mainly because I don't actually like the first Inside Out very much. I feel the first Inside Out has a lot of problems. No, it's not so much that it has a lot of problems. It has very few problems, but the problems it has impacts the entire movie, which makes it difficult to kind of enjoy. One of my biggest criticisms with that movie is the fact that I don't care about Riley, because Riley doesn't feel like a person. Riley feels like a robot that has had commands like punched into her, and she kind of just does what those commands dictate. She doesn't feel like a person. And that makes it very difficult when the emotion characters talk about how much they care about her, which also kind of makes it confusing, because you're like, well, wait, aren't you her? And even if you don't think about it too much, because I am somebody, I feel like a lot of bad faith criticism comes from people who don't just want to accept that something is a story. But even if you don't think about it too much, there's a lot of things in Inside Out that's just kind of, it doesn't really click for me. It's not that it's a bad movie. It's not a bad movie at all. It's just, it doesn't hit for me. So I just haven't really felt the need to watch Inside Out 2 yet, just because I imagine it's going to be more of the first movie. Even if it's good, I don't see how they can fix those problems of the first Inside Out movie, because those problems are ingrained into what the movie is. if you get rid of those problems, then it's not that movie anymore. It's a difficult problem to have with a film. I'm not entirely sure how you would go about fixing that, quite frankly. I only heard rumors that the Suits told the writers to make Inside Out 2 less gay. I kind of heard that. I think I heard that as well. Let me just catch up with with chat. Sorry, I did not call you twats, I swear. I need more caffeine. Give me a second. Let me drink some of this Coke. My favorite Disney movie is Atlantis. Back when the LA remakes were just the same movie, but longer. I felt like... Oh, live action. I felt like it was prime remake material. Now that it's character assassinatey, I really hope not. I had that thing with Bethesda remaking Morrowind. Give me a sec. For a long time, I really wanted Bethesda to remake Morrowind with a modern engine. Because Morrowind, as much as I love it, I play it with so many mods to kind of just bring it up to scratch. And for a long time, I was like, I really wish Bethesda would remake Morrowind. But the way Bethesda makes their games at the moment, I don't want Bethesda to remake Morrowind right now. Don Bluth had the same criticism when he was asked about Inside Out. And I get it. The concept of a headquarters where emotions call the shots is a thorny thematic path. Yeah, it's not like that it's problematic or anything. It's just like it's a story problem that I'm not entirely sure how you fix that story problem. Because essentially, if you fix the story problem, you change what the movie is as a whole. Twats in chat. What's a few twats between friends? There's a hijab girl in Inside Out 2. I can believe that. Which, I mean, I'm fine with. That was, like, the one thing. What did I see recently? Where I was like, oh, they're showing, like, more Muslim characters. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't Arcane. It wasn't Spider-Verse. It was something else. I can't remember. But it was something where I just noticed that, and I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, you know what I think it was? I think it might have been Starfield? I think, because I was watching Best Guest's new video, which is very funny, by the way. And he was playing the Starfield DLC, and I think I might have seen that on, like, some of the NPCs in the background. If I remember correctly, it might have been something else. Turning Red? No, it wasn't that. Like I said, I think it was Starfield. Because again, I was watching Best Guest's video on it because he played the DLC. Again, if you guys don't watch Best Guest, I highly recommend his channel. It's really funny. It's some of the funniest content I've seen on YouTube. I actually, I clipped his video of Kenshi that he did recently because he used some AI music in it. Not like AI generated music. It's that AI music that, like, it comes with a voice bank and a tune, and then you write the lyrics and then it sets it to the tune. He used some of the AI music in it, and it's legitimately some of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. Highly, highly recommend that. But like I said, that's why I was watching Starfield. A Morrowind remake would be a nice idea if it would be in a Zelda Wind Waker HD way. Just patch the elements away, which make the game unplayable in these modern times. I mean, mods do that already. My thing with Morrowind is mainly what I would like them to upgrade is obviously things like character models and animation. A lot of the animation, they're perfectly okay for the time it came out, but there's a lot of it which could do with a little bit of sprucing up. And I don't mind that most of it is text, but I think it could benefit from having voice acting for everything, because that's just how modern games work these days. And mainly, my big thing is I would like them to upgrade Morrowind's landscape visually, because I adore the way Morrowind looks, but it's like the Final Fantasy VII thing before they did the remake. You like the way Final Fantasy VII looks, but you kind of wish you could see it as like an HD modern graphic re-render, right? Now, I'm here, I almost missed it. Hey, 80-year-old man. I want to play Wind Waker because I just played Link's Awakening remake this week and I want to get Echoes soon. I saw that Vinny started the new Zelda playthrough, so I'm probably going to watch him play that, especially because I finished his playthrough of Silent Hill 4, which was very funny. I don't like Silent Hill 4 at all. It like actively makes me annoyed how bad that game is, but watching Vinny play it was very, very funny. He got to the point near the end of the game where baby Walter is like yelling for his dad for like a solid 7 minutes. So you just hear in the background, you hear, "Dad, Dad, I can't see your face." And that carries on non-stop for 7 minutes. And Vinny started going insane. And he just goes at one point, he goes, "I think people were trolling me when they told me to play this game." It's really funny. So even though he gets super frustrated with the game because it's not very good, it's fun to watch him play it just because it's so hilarious. Oh, hey, thanks for the super chat, Necromancer. Apparently Avina has left me. I don't know why Avina has left me, but she's not here anymore. Any upcoming games you're excited for? I'm super stoked for the Soul Reaver remaster, one of the first games to treat VAs in the game seriously. I need to watch the Tokyo Game Show and see what was announced. I've been seeing some things on my dash. I saw there was some or other drama because Ghosts of Tsushima 2 was announced at the Tokyo Game Show. Apparently Ubisoft were planning to do a showcase of their new Assassin's Creed game, which takes place in Japan, the one that's been causing all the drama with Yasuke. So apparently as soon as Ghost of Tsushima 2 was announced, Ubisoft withdrew the Assassin's Creed game from being showcased at the Tokyo Game Show, and they changed the release date. They like pushed it back or something. It was like insane. My friend was telling me about this. I need to like check into the details myself, but that's the big thing I know about the Tokyo Game Show is that Ubisoft like had an exceptionally big scare where Ghost of Tsushima was announced and it's already very far along in production. So Ubisoft went, "Oh shit, we are in trouble." And they pulled out showing the Assassin's Creed showcase and they changed the release date. And I'm like, oh no, this is not good for you, Ubisoft. They pushed back the release date till February 2025. Yeah, that's what I heard. Well, that actually annoys me because I wish they just released that ass Creed so everyone can forget about it in a week. Yeah, that too. And it sucks, right? I need to catch up with what the deal is with the historical information regarding Yasuke, because I heard there was some faffery there as well, which has come out now. But with the historical information I had at the time, Yasuke is a very interesting historical figure to me. And it's really annoying to me that Yasuke keeps getting put in like really crappy things. Like they used him in an anime, which was like 5 out of 10. And now they're putting him in an ass Creed game. And I'm like, dude, can't Yasuke catch a break? And just get put in something good, please? Tinas, you're gonna head out? Okay, thanks for hanging out. I didn't expect to see you in chat. Enjoy the wrench. You had a good time? I'm glad. Do you know that JoJo Part 5 meme where they all kick that person and then the third person joins in? Ghost of Yote was basically that, yes. And I mean, I don't know if that's really been apparent in these streams, but I do enjoy a little bit of drama every now and then when I'm not involved in any way, shape, or form. So I kind of want to check out what's going on there because it sounds hilarious. It just sounds like a lot of nonsense, and I kind of want to know what the tea is because I don't actually care about Assassin's Creed. I don't care about Assassin's Creed. I don't care about Ubisoft. I just want to know this nonsense because it sounds very, very funny. So much drama about it, but it will be utterly forgotten after it actually comes out and is as bland as the last dozen games. Yeah, when the trailer dropped, I checked out the trailer just because, again, it featured Yasuke, and it was interesting to me that they were going to use Yasuke. And I saw a comment on the trailer, and the comment said, remember, the best part about Ubisoft games is the trailer. And it's like, yeah, that's accurate. Like I said, I just wish that Yasuke could be used in something actually interesting. I hereby relinquish my mod duties. You were going to be a wrench forever, Tinas. I will not take it back. I feel that exact way about Harley Quinn. Everything she was in later was crap. Harley Quinn is a difficult character for me. But I think it's because I really like the animated Batman show a lot. I grew up with it, in fact. But I think that Harley Quinn is more interesting in theory than she is as a character. And it's probably because of the way that she's been flanderized ever since the animated Batman show. So I kind of just feel that's her character right now, right? That being said, apparently in the new Joker movie coming out, Fouleo 2, my friend is an extra in that movie. So you are all obligated to watch Joker 2, and you have to like it because my friend is in it. And if I see any of you saying mean things about it, I'm gonna come find you. Not really. I'm just stoked my friend is in that. Do this. That being said, I hear the Harley Quinn TV show isn't half bad, like the new one. Will do, don't hurt us. I kind of like how the recent Batman show tried to change her up. I've heard mixed things about the new Batman show. I've heard some people say they really like it, and I've seen other people say it's incredibly boring. So I'm not entirely sure what's accurate there. And like I said, I'm catching up with a lot of things at the moment, things that I really should have watched like 5 years ago. So I haven't checked it out just yet. She has another rose on her character design. Where did I see that? Oh, it's on her belt buckles. They filmed one of the scenes for Joker 2 in my old high school. Oh, excellent. Still hoping Joker 2 has a version of Poker Face called Joker Face. It's weird that Lady Gaga is playing Harley Quinn though. But I don't really like when they put pop musicians in movies. Much like I don't like how they make like famous actors do voice work for animated films. I know that's a battle I've lost by now, but I'm still going to be annoyed about that. I don't like it when they put like, this actor is playing this character. I really dislike it because I find that it's extremely insulting towards actual voice actors who do a lot of work and don't get the recognition they deserve. So kind of same thing with pop musicians playing in movies. It's like, why are you here? Like, why? Hey, Dark Frost Star. Lady Gaga plays Harley Quinn. I'd say I'm surprised, but I can't say that since she once starred on The Simpsons. Yeah, but everybody starred on The Simpsons. Apparently the new Simpsons seasons aren't half bad though. Like for a while, everybody was saying, oh, The Simpsons are dead. The Simpsons are bad. Stop watching after season 5. Everything after that is terrible. But I heard that the newer seasons are apparently good again. Or at least that's what people have told me. How does everyone feel about Jack Black playing Steve? The Minecraft movie. Oh, good lord. The Minecraft movie is a lot like High Guardian Spice in that I have seen so much fan art and fully animated remakes of the trailer in like Minecraft graphics. And everything I've seen fans do with it is 1,000 times better than what the trailer looks like. And not to mention Tyson Hess, who is currently in charge of the Sonic the Hedgehog comics. And he was the guy who redesigned Sonic for the live action movies. He did a Minecraft comic back in the day that has no dialogue in it. It was like for a Minecraft anthology comic book, and he did like a short story in it. There's no dialogue in it, and that comic alone is a far better story than the trailer of what the Minecraft movie is going to be. It's so much better because it's about Steve getting washed up on the strange Minecraft landscape and coming to a village, and the village getting attacked by raiders, and then Steve finding this like motivation to help the villagers and build up the village and build walls and like futuristic contraptions and stuff to keep the village safe. And then at the end of the comic, it shows I forget her name, but the female Minecraft character gets washed up on shore, and she gets welcomed by a much older Steve, and he leads her to the village, and now it's like super futuristic because he's built it up so much. And that story is a lot more interesting to me than whatever the Minecraft movie is doing. Somebody said that the animation in the Minecraft movie trailer looks like a mobile ad, and I think that's the best way to describe it. It legitimately does look like like something you would play on your phone. Like one of those horrible ads that Vinny would showcase on his streams, where you don't know if what you're watching is a real advert or if it's like a shitpost that somebody made. Speaking of the Sonic movies, do you have any thoughts on the third film? Even though I agree with your thoughts on voice actors, I'm freaking hyped for Keanu Reeves as Shadow. I kind of like Keanu Reeves as Shadow just because it's funny as a meme. I think as a meme, it's really funny. And I'm interested to see what Keanu Reeves does, because Keanu Reeves is a very interesting actor in that, as my mom said, she can't tell if he's a good actor or a bad actor. And I think that's a good way to put it, because you're like, oh, Keanu Reeves is not a good actor. He only ever plays himself. He doesn't have any range. But then you're like, Keanu Reeves was Neo in The Matrix, and he was also Bill from Bill and Ted. Those are two extremely different characters, and you buy both of them. You know who both those characters are, and you can't confuse them for each other. And both of them are Keanu Reeves. So I'm very confused whether Keanu Reeves is actually a good actor or not. But he recently did voice work for Cyberpunk. And although I've heard a lot of criticism against Cyberpunk, I've not really heard any criticism against his character and how that character is voiced in Cyberpunk. So I'm curious to see what he does with Shadow and how he does that role. But because Keanu Reeves is quite understated, I don't think he's going to do it as like a joke. You know, he's not going to play up the edginess to such a degree that it becomes a parody. I think he's going to probably play it straight. So that would be quite interesting to see. Okay, now let's turn all of these off. Oh, now I need to do her hair. I'm going to do her hair with a brush because, I mean, why make it hard for myself if I don't have to? I could sit here and do the braids like very meticulously, but that's going to take 1,000 years on stream, and I don't feel like spending that much time on it, quite frankly. So it's kind of this dark brown. Oh, and wait, this should be dark brown. And this we can make black, and then we can just find the braid brush that I have. If I can remember where I put it. There it is, I found it. I can't stand Batman the Caped Crusader because it deceived me. I thought it was going to be a show about Batman of the Golden Age, but they mixed everything and it turned out to be porridge. Oh, this doesn't actually need the bottom color. Okay, excellent. Let's see. So she has these here. And I will refine these a little bit. I'm not going to solely rely on the brush itself. Are those too small? They're a little too small. Okay. There, that's better. Hilarious vocal choices are scattered throughout TV animation. To me, the most memorable thing about Cleveland Show was having David Lynch as a regular in the cast. Okay, but that is funny. The thing is, though, David Lynch, just as a whole, he's just kind of funny as a person. this. I'm going to fix these because I see they're not really doing what I want, so I'll fix that. There we go. And get the eraser. And kind of fix it this way. "1,000 years of CPAP. Your art on its own will be better than all of Wish." That's the other thing, right? With the making of, I feel so bad for everyone in that making of, like legitimately. I don't feel bad for the producer, which is very funny. Me and my friend were watching it, as I said, and it would like cut to the producer, and as somebody is talking, it would cut to the producer nodding at them, and my friend who's been to the Disney building is like, why do they keep cutting to this person just nodding in reaction to what somebody else is saying? Because he's not in the same room as them. He's in the lobby. Why do they keep cutting to him? And then we found out it's because he's the producer. It's like, oh, that's why they keep cutting to him nodding. So we had this like running joke that whenever somebody is like saying how amazing the movie is and how amazing Disney is, and it cuts to the producer is like, yes, tell them how good my company is. See what they've done here. Okay. Yeah, that'll work, because then we can do this and bring this here. It doesn't really work. Okay, hold on. I'm going to have to do this in like one big strokes if I want to do it this way. There we go. It's easier because I can just kind of do this. Like I said, I'm cheating, but I don't feel like drawing all these braids. We're going to be here forever if I do that. I wasn't a fan of him in Cyberpunk, but because it felt like it was a marketing thing rather than someone who genuinely fit the role, but he did a decent job though. I think it's with Keanu Reeves, right? Sometimes he does like passion projects that he's genuinely interested in, even though the movie wasn't good at all. His movie of the 21 Samurai, I think it was called, I forget the exact number, but he legitimately wanted to make that movie because he was interested in that story. Like, that historical event was something he had genuine interest in. So even though the movie wasn't very good, it felt like something that he made it because he wanted to make it. And I can kind of respect that. And I think to some degree he's one of those people where he only takes on projects he wants to be part of. Oh, thanks for the super chat, G1 Michigan. Again, Avina has left me. I miss her. But thank you. The moment they say something bad, the producer goes flat-facing, holds up their kidnapped niece or something, pretty much. But yeah, he would just sit there and he would like nod with this smile. My friend's like, who is this person in the lobby? They keep cutting to, why isn't he in the room with everyone else? Do that. Oops. Don't do that. There. 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 And then I'll just take the eraser and do this. Do that. See, she does have some baby hairs here. Do that, like that. Does she have any? Yes, she does. She also has some hair here. I like just doing a squiggle when it's the sideburn. I do that when I draw my character from Baldur's Gate 3 as well. Well, the last character I played as. I have a new character I'm playing as. And it's weird because, like I said before, I'm not somebody who makes OCs. But I'm playing the new Tav and I'm like, I miss my old Tav. I miss that character that was, you know, just an OC. But I plan on like replaying that character and doing like a proper Emperor run with her. But I'm playing different versions of the game. First, like, I'm doing this tab where I want to romance Astarion. And I kind of want to do things I was too scared to do in my first run. Like steal from certain people and like sneak into certain places I'm not supposed to go and things like that. The 47 Ronin, thank you. That's the movie. But I want to replay with my first half, but I want to do like an Emperor focused run where I specifically do the things to romance the Emperor at the end. Because the end of my first run, it went pretty well, but the Tav I was playing, I didn't have her take a single tadpole throughout the entire game. So when it reached the end of the game, this isn't spoilers, by the way, this is just in general. When it reached the end of the game, I didn't want her to suddenly start taking tadpoles just because I liked the Emperor. I wanted to like stay consistent with that character. So the ending in terms of the Emperor just didn't get like the good ending if you did that romance. So I'm kind of experimenting with other Tavs to see what certain different choices in the game does. And then I plan on like replaying that character, knowing exactly the direction I want to take them in. Okay. I'm just cleaning up some of these. I know it's not super important because this is just like a quick drawing done on stream, but it bothers me. I want it to be good quality. I'm not being like super concerned with it, but just like enough so that it doesn't look like garbage. Here we go. Nicolas Cage does the same thing. You can say what you want about his acting, but he does so many varied films because he finds them interesting, even small. Willy's Wonderland for one. The thing is about Nicolas Cage, though, is that he's super in debt. I don't know if he's still in debt, but for a while he was super in debt. So he had to do a bunch of movies that were really, really bad just to kind of pay off a lot of his bills. Because he owns like, I think he owns like 11 houses. And he owns like a full plesiosaur skeleton or something. And he would just buy like really bizarre shit that would cost a lot of money. So he had to pay off a lot of that. So he had a string of like really bad movies. But that's why he legitimately had to take whatever work he could just to kind of pay the bills. But I think he's doing better these days. I really want to watch Renfield because I've seen GIFs of his version of Dracula and it just looks like, it looks hilarious and I think it's going to be a great time. So I really want to watch Renfield just for Nicolas Cage as Dracula. I don't think anyone... Oh, hey, Jim. I don't know if I said hello to you. I don't think anyone is going to notice or care. Yeah, but you know, I'm going to notice and care. And like my job is cleanup, right? This is what they pay me to do. It's not perfect, but it's good enough. Do this. Do this. Do this one here as well. I'm not going to bother with that one. That one's too obscure to really worry about. I think that's good enough. Okay. Now let's do it. I'm going to do it in a different layer so that I can be a little messier with it. Do this. There we go. He also owns a pet octopus that costs 8 million. Yeah, like, the man is very strange, but like in a really interesting way. There we go. Do that. There we go. And that just saved me a lot of time. Oh no, that's the necklace that I still have to do. There we go. I think her necklace is just a chain. I don't think it... Yeah, it's just a chain. I'm just going to use another brush for that as well. Let me see. What do I have? I mean, I've got this, but I don't know. Yeah, no, that's not going to work. Buttons? If I make the buttons red, how far apart are they? No, they're too far apart. Okay, I'll just use the chain. Make this, make this, that. That's too big. Do it like 20. Here we go. Do it again. Here we go. I love Drainfield, a classic B movie horror. That's good though. Like, that's exactly what I want. I want like a good B movie horror. Because it was a while ago, but I watched the Hammer Dracula movie, and it's like legitimately good. It's a B movie. It's a B grade horror movie, but it's like, I don't know. I think it's pretty good. I just think as a movie, it's not half bad. Okay, I'm gonna flatten all of these. Do that, do that, do that. New layer. There we go. Now we can get to coloring. My bad, grab that. There we go. Now how I can do this is it worth it to do the lighthouse thing? Let me check. I normally don't use lighthouse when I draw for myself. Oh, I have to set it to refer to other layers. I usually don't use the lighthouse, but we'll see. Maybe it'll spare me some time. Otherwise, I go in and I do things manually, and it just takes 1,000 hours to do. This is a very saturated color, but it's what they've got here, so it's what I'll use. There is a German word for when you can't turn off the skills and habits you use in your work life and constantly use them in your private life as well. It's Berufskrankheit. Berufskrankheit. I know Beruf is like career. I'm not sure what Skrankheit is. What's lighthouse? Clip Studio Paint has this feature where it has this little lighthouse here, if you can see where my mouse is. And if you turn that on, it means it turns the layer that you've turned it on as a reference layer. So when you go to a separate layer, in this case, the paint bucket, and you say refer to other layers, it will color within the line art of the layer that you've set as a lighthouse. And it's just a quick way to do flats without having to go in and like manually color them in like that. It's not perfect, but it does save a lot of time. I tend to prefer doing things by hand because, I don't know, I just do. But for the sake of the stream, I don't want to sit here for hours and hours and hours. So for everybody's sanity, I often use Lighthouse on stream. Because the thing is with Lighthouse, you'll see if I turn off the line art here, you can see it leaves like ghost images. Whereas if I were to do it by hand, it wouldn't have any of this. It would just, you know, be flat. So that's kind of the one drawback. But using the Lighthouse, it does make things a lot quicker. See, but speaking of which, name your favorite Dracula portrayals. Ooh. This is a very, very hot take. First, we need to ask, does Nosferatu count as a Dracula movie? That's the first debate we have to have. Because if Nosferatu counts as a Dracula movie, I've got another very big hot take, if that's the case. So first we need to ask that question. Krankheit means sickness. A literal translation would be job sickness. Your German pronunciation is not half bad. Thank you. Yeah, Afrikaans, it's not super related to German. It's more Flemish. But there are certain words where the pronunciation is very, very close. Alucard from Hellsing Ultimate. I haven't seen Ultimate. I've only seen the first Hellsing. It wasn't super for me. I mean, it's fun. It's just kind of aesthetic, that movie. That movie is basically just aesthetic, but it's a fun time. Alucard himself is interesting, but I mean, I prefer in terms of like anime vampires. I like D from Vampire Hunter D. I just think he's far more interesting. And he's just a cool character in general. But D is definitely not Dracula. So I don't think D counts. I think D is Dracula's son, if I remember correctly. It's never really explained in the movies. And I haven't read the light novels. So I'm not too sure. Bloodlust is an amazing movie. Bloodlust is like one of the best anime movies I've ever seen. It was on YouTube for a short while. Let me check if it still is. Sorry, this is important because Bloodlust is such a good film. I need to know if it's still on YouTube. It's one of the few anime movies I watch with the English dub because it was actually released in English first. So it has a very, very good dub because it was kind of marketed towards the American audience more than the Japanese audience. And I find that the dub holds up very well. It doesn't sound as cringe as a lot of dubs do, especially for the time period. So that's one I would recommend dubbed instead of subbed. My brother argues with me about this. My brother refuses to watch the dub, but I prefer the dub. Funnily enough, Japanese vocals sound a lot more German than they do English. That's probably also why I kind of like subs more than dubs, is because there's a lot of Japanese that sounds a lot more like the Germanic languages, especially in like the inflections and things. Anyway, let's check. Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust. I'm not going to link it because that might count as distribution of piracy, and YouTube might not be happy if I do that. But let me check. Okay, it is up. It's up. Ooh, it's up more than a few times. The English sub is up, and I'm seeing two versions here. It doesn't say whether it's the dub or sub, but those are up. Oh, there is a dub version up. Oh no, that's the first one. Never mind, disregard. That's the first one. Okay, so it is up on YouTube. So if you look up Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust, it exists. It's up there. You can find it very easily. It's still on, yeah, it's still on YouTube. It's like multiple times, which is great. Castlevania on Netflix had a cool Dracula, not the best. That's another one I need to get to. After I'm done with Arcane, I'm going to move on to the Castlevania. It's not an anime, but like the Castlevania Netflix series, because I heard that it's actually legitimately quite good. What are they doing with the colors? Sorry, I hate this skin tone. I'm sorry, I know it is on the concept art, but I hate it. I'm going to change it. I can't stand this. No. That's better. Oh, that's so much better. Thank you. Searing my eyes out of their sockets. Can you watch Bloodlust as a standalone? Absolutely. All you need to know about Vampire Hunter D is the main character is called D. He is a vampire hunter, and he has a parasite on one of his hands, which is a face, which can swallow magic spells. And the hand on the face is basically the only thing you really need to know, because it gets introduced in the movie and never explained. And I've seen people who haven't watched the movie before get very thrown out of it because of that. They're like, what the hell is that? But if you can deal with the fact that there is a parasitic hand demon, you don't need to know anything else. Everything else about Vampire Hunter D, you can just get from watching the movie. And how I would describe it is, if you like the aesthetic of Bloodborne, you will like Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust, because I am convinced that FromSoft used Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust as visual inspiration for Bloodborne, because there is just so much in Bloodlust that is like almost one-to-one to the city in Bloodborne. It's like ridiculous. A little less orange is a good thing? Yeah. I didn't get an answer. If I did, I missed it. Do we consider Nosferatu to be Dracula? Does that count? Curious from a production standpoint, if anyone asked you to direct an English dub for an anime film, how would you approach it? Ooh. That's a very difficult question, because what I like may not be what's for the best of the dub. Because I prefer my translation to be quite true to the original. But the problem is, if you do that, it can come across very, very stilted in English. So by the very nature of making it an enjoyable thing to watch, you have to change certain sentences and stuff just so they make more sense in English. The problem is a lot of dubs go overboard and they start changing other things which don't need to be changed. But in my case, it'd be very difficult, because I would prefer keeping the integrity of the language intact, and I don't think that would make for a very good dub. I think that would make for an extremely awkward dub for other people. Again, this is why I watch subs, because when a sub is more transliteral, it makes more sense. Like, even if it sounds clunky, you can kind of tie it to the spoken language on screen and what you're hearing. So it's not as bad, because you can kind of understand that that's just the way the language is structured. But when it's out loud, it just sounds weird. So I don't think I would be a very good dub director. Alas, while I love Soulsborne games, I have never played Bloodborne because of the aesthetics. Ah, okay. Sure, let's count Nosferatu. Pretty much the same story. Yeah, so if Nosferatu counts as a Dracula movie, then my favorite portrayal of Dracula, and this is another hot take, is Kinski's portrayal of Dracula in the Werner Herzog remake of Nosferatu from I think it's 1973, if I remember correctly. That version of Nosferatu I really like, which, you know, I don't want to give Kinski too much praise for literally anything that man did in his life, but it doesn't change the fact that that's probably my favorite portrayal of Dracula, even though I am loath to compliment Kinski on anything. But maybe we can convince ourselves that that movie is the way it is more because of Herzog than it is Kinski, because I have no problem giving Herzog compliments. I don't really want to give Kinski compliments. 1979? Ah, okay, thank you. You're a bit lazy, so you don't want to be reading. I mean, fair. That's the one thing, though. Even though I prefer subs, I don't want to say that dubs don't have their place. Not just for people who, like, don't want to read subs or struggle with, like, the cultural displacement, but I saw somebody point out that if you're dyslexic or have any kind of reading disability, you cannot watch subbed version of anime. You are reliant on dubs. So if only for that reason and no other reason, I say that dubs are fine. I just want people to do, like, a good job with a dub and not just phone it in. I hear the dub for Dungeon Meshi is very good. That's apparently really, really, really good, which I'm glad to hear, because I really like Dungeon Meshi. I'm waiting for it to come back out of hiatus. Ironically, Nosferatu predates Dracula. The original book Dracula, Van Helsing describes Dracula as a Nosferatu. No, I don't think that's correct, because when Nosferatu, the movie, came out, the author, Bram Stoker's widow, sued the Nosferatu film for copyright violation, and she won. And it almost resulted in all versions of Nosferatu getting destroyed, because she argued that they made a film version of Dracula without her permission, which is true. They did do that. So no, Nosferatu definitely came out after Dracula. Hey, thanks for the super chat, Kaiser. A few zenny for ya. Really love your channel and art. I hope to catch up to you in subs someday. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much. Thanks for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Well, sub over dub for me, anything that increases the accessibility of anime can only be a good thing, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, if dubs helps people to watch anime, then I'm not going to sit here and say that you're watching anime wrong. Especially because even though I prefer subs, there are a handful of anime that I will watch dubs for and I won't watch subbed. I think I've said this before. Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust is one. The first Patlabor movie, probably the second Patlabor movie as well, though I haven't watched the second one in a long time. The Patlabor movies, the FLCL anime, and the Cowboy Bebop movie specifically. Yes, I have mentioned this before. Anyway, I'm mentioning it again. Oh, that's interesting, alright. I always wondered if I was dyslexic or not, but since I am able to watch subbed anime, maybe not. I don't know, because I don't know enough about dyslexia as a condition, right? But I do know that fonts can also impact. That's why Comic Sans exists, because Comic Sans is one of the most dyslexic-friendly fonts out there. So I don't know if the font of the subtitles that an anime uses might also come into play regarding dyslexia. That's something people should look into, actually. Records of Lodos War has a good dub. Really? Was that dubbed recently though, or was that like an old dub? Because if it's an old dub, then I don't know how true that is. I'm personally fine with both dubs and subs since I come from a non-English speaking country and I watch lots of stuff in English with subs as a kid and a lot of dub things. Yeah, that's the same thing here. I think it's because I don't speak English at home. I speak English professionally, like within my career, and I speak English basically online, so in social settings and stuff. All my friends tend to be English, but when it comes to Japanese programming, right? Because I'm already bilingual and I speak two languages which are very different from each other, I get annoyed because I can tell when a sub is just not following what the Japanese language can do. And then I get taken out of the story because I spend so much time wondering what the original sentence was that I start spacing out and wondering about that, and then I miss like large chunks of the story, and it happens over and over again while I watch something. So I just stick with the sub because then I'm actually hearing what's being said, and even if the sub is a little bit off, it gives me enough information, and I can speak enough Japanese to kind of determine what's actually being said. I'm going to turn this frying pan into a drying pan. Best dub line ever. Yeah, that one's pretty good. Where's no. The other best dub line um is the it's where Ash does like the chosen one thing, but then he walks off and he goes more like the frozen one. That's pretty good too. What's your native language? Afrikaans. It's very very close to Flemish. And it is very close to Netherlands or Dutch, depending on which version of Dutch you're speaking. But Netherlands, it's very, very close. If people speak slowly enough in Netherlands, I can basically understand what's being said. And I could read books that were written in Netherlands when I was like 12, never having learned a single word of the language. So, it's extremely close to those languages. I think Afrikaans only got designated its own official language like 100 years ago, which is not a long time whatsoever. People hate the Netflix sub of Eva, but it was actually more accurate. I'm wondering if people hated it just because they have so much nostalgia for the original, because that happens sometimes. And I mean, I can understand that because I actually like the Pokemon dub. It's awful in a lot of areas, but I prefer the voice acting for Team Rocket to the original because I feel the original voice work for Team Rocket takes them a little too seriously, whereas the English dub treats Jesse and James as such cartoon weirdos that I just think it's a lot more fun than watching the Japanese original because they're just so serious in that version, and I don't know, I don't find it as much fun. Ghost Stories should win a Nobel Prize for its dub. Ghost Stories is amazing. Ghost Stories is basically what Samurai Pizza Cats did, except they had no intention of any child watching that show. I gravitated to all of the old Ghibli dubs because it was my first time seeing an anime dub with a big name Hollywood actors. Yeah, I don't like those. They irritate me exceptionally. Spirited Away, apart from like the Heidi anime, but Spirited Away was the first Ghibli movie I watched, and I hated Chihiro's voice actress. I don't know who it is, but she drives me crazy. I absolutely hate the way she delivers her lines. And that kind of was a big deal breaker for me. And then I didn't watch any of the other ones dubbed, but when Ponyo came out, I watched that in theaters, and obviously they had the dub in the theater. They didn't have the original sub. And I don't remember it being bad or anything, but I remember being extremely annoyed because the person doing the dub work for Ponyo herself was Dakota Fanning's younger sister. Was it Dakota Fanning's younger sister or was it Miley Cyrus's younger sister? One of those. And it made me really annoyed because it was Disney doing it Disney and like casting one of their like one of their child stars that they were prepping to be a big Disney Channel star, and it just felt very gross to me, and I didn't like that at all. Like I was not a fan. So those are the only two Ghibli dubs I've seen. Oh, you love the original dub for Porco Rosso? When I was at college for animation, they made us watch the French dub for Porco Rosso. It sounds crazy, but watch the French dub for Porco Rosso because Porco is voiced by Jean Reno, and he just does such an incredible job. And I know I just said that I'm not super into actors, big name actors being cast as voice actors, but Jean Reno as Porco Rosso himself, well, Porco himself, is such an amazing dub. It's so good. My Neighbor Totoro, yeah, it was Dakota. Oh yeah, Dakota and LA. Flanning as the sisters. Yeah, exactly. And I can't with that nonsense. No, I refuse. Oh, I didn't do these lines properly. Oh well, it's fine. It's fine. I'll put some shadows there, and we won't be able to see that. I don't feel like wasting time on that now. A dub I actually like is for the anime Infinite Stratos, because all the girls are from different countries and the actresses do bad foreign accents for them. Yeah, that's fair. It's like the English dub for Asterix in Britain, where because it takes place in England, they had the voice actors for Asterix and Obelix do very, very bad fake French accents because they wanted a clear contrast between Asterix and Obelix versus the British characters. It's really bad, but I don't know. I like it. It's very silly. It was Miley Cyrus's sister who was in Ponyo, along with the younger Jonas brother. Yeah, see, exactly. And that, I didn't have a choice if I wanted to see it in theaters, which I did. But right there made me go, ugh. That was also around the time that I had a massive bone to pick with, what's the man's name? The guy who was running Pixar before he got cancelled to hell and back for being a creep who like harassed the female employees at Pixar. What was that asshole's name? Like, even before he got cancelled, I did not like him. I couldn't stand him. He gave me the creeps. And a big thing that annoyed me is that I was in Canada during that time. John Lasseter, no, not John Lasseter. Was it John Lasseter? It must have been John Lasseter, yes. So while I was in Canada, I was getting a lot of Ghibli movies on DVD because I couldn't get them in South Africa. Every single one of the every single one of the DVDs that you got in Canada, which was the American release, but just like for Canada, they start with an introduction by John Lasseter telling you how awesome the movie is gonna be before you start the movie. And you can't skip it. You have to listen to John Lasseter tell you how awesome Ghibli is and how much Pixar and Ghibli are friends. And it's really gross because it comes across as him doing the biggest clout chasing you can imagine. It's like you can feel him desperately wanting to be Ghibli. And he's like trying to vicariously get some of Ghibli's accolade by affiliating himself and Pixar with them. So every single Ghibli DVD that I bought in Canada has the John Lasseter intro that you can't skip. And just based on that alone, like, he became my mortal enemy because of that. Because I'm like, dude, I'm not an idiot. You don't have to explain to me why the movie I paid money for is good. How about you just let me watch the movie? So anyway, that's my problem with John Lasseter. And then he got cancelled, and I was like, oh, okay, so he just sucks in general then. But yeah, Ponyo is not my favorite Ghibli movie. It's okay. It's just not for me. My favorite Ghibli movie is still from Miyazaki. It's Castle in the Sky, and from Takahata, it's Only Yesterday. I really like Only Yesterday. I think it's a great film and it's extremely underrated, quite frankly. About accents, Allo Allo has its problems, but the way a completely English show showed switching from French characters to English by overemphasizing accents was brilliant. I heard some of that stuff was fake. Could be wrong though. Maybe. The thing is with cancelling is I've seen so many people that like get cancelled and then it turned out it was completely fake. That's happened so many times. But in the case of John Lasseter, I kind of believe it because I have heard and seen a lot about how the female employees are treated at Pixar just as a whole. That it does not make me have a lot of faith in the possibility of John Lasseter not being terrible to the female employees. Let me put it that way. As a fan of the entire Beauty and the Beast story team, my rage at Lasseter stems from how he dicked over Brenda Chapman, turning her passion project Brave into a cookie-cutter train wreck. Yeah, there's that as well, which again ties into the way that the female employees are treated at Pixar. Because Brave was the very first Pixar movie that actually had a female director attached to it. And then they decided no, and they just took her off the project. And then the stuff that she did is the best part of the movie. And everything that, like, they did after she left is garbage. If you'll forgive me for being a fanboy for a minute, Persona 3, 4, and 5 all have incredible dubs. I do think so. However, which Persona 4? Because I actually played and owned the original Persona 4 dub. Apparently there's a new one. And I like the dub that I have, but I'm not super fond of the actress who voices Chie. But I do know that they completely changed the voice actor for Teddy, which I don't know what the new actor sounds like, but I actually really like the way Teddy sounds in the original. So I haven't checked out, like, the redub at all. But the one that I've played I thought was actually pretty good. Even though, like I said, Chie, not so much, but basically everything else. On the subject of different accents and languages, has anyone ever heard of Bon Cop Bad Cop? It's an English and French language Canadian film and absolutely hilarious. I've never heard of that. I should look into that. As if I don't have enough things to watch. Oh, that's the other thing. I think I mentioned it last stream though. I caught up with RRR. That was another film that I hadn't seen yet and I needed to get to. I really liked that. I thought that was great. It was really, really good. I need to also watch Shin Ultraman. I need to get to that. I've seen Shin Godzilla. I need to watch Shin Ultraman. Isn't there... Yeah, and I need to watch Shin Kamen Rider as well. I think I need to watch Shin Kamen Rider before I watch Shin Ultraman. I think that's more important. What do you think, chat? Is Shin Ultraman or Shin Kamen Rider the more important movie to get to first? Haven't gotten into many Ghibli films yet, and I don't know if they're my speed. Are they all just cozy comfort films, or are there any in a bit more truth? Oh no, they are not all cozy comfort films. The cozy comfort movies from Ghibli are Ponyo and maybe My Neighbor Totoro to a certain extent, although even My Neighbor Totoro has a little bit of grounding to it. But no, they are not all cozy comfort cottagecore movies. I actually saw a Tumblr post, let me see if I can find it, where somebody was talking about what the internet had turned Ghibli movies into as far as the public perception of them go, because he spoke exactly about how Ghibli movies are specifically not cozy comfort movies, but the internet as a whole pretend that the actual teeth of Ghibli movies don't exist, and they only want to focus on the cutesy side. Kamen Rider. I'm seeing Kamen Rider a lot. I would think Kamen Rider. I know Ultraman is very important, but Kamen Rider is just kind of something that I'm more interested in because I like Kamen Rider. Oh, Kiki's Delivery Service. That's another low comfort movie, but Kiki's Delivery Service is very important because it's kind of about leaving home for the first time and realizing that doing... Oh, sorry, this is the wrong song. Why are you playing the Baldur's Gate song? I told you not to play this yet. Why are you doing that? Sorry. Okay. We're going to end with the Baldur's Gate song, but not yet. Kiki's Delivery Service is all about moving out of your home for the first time and realizing that the thing that you are passionate about and that you might have to do for the rest of your life as your job can rob you of passion for that thing. Like, that's what Kiki's Delivery Service is about. But for the most part, it is a cozier movie. Let me see, where is this post? Because I want to read it because I just thought it was very eloquent. But Tumblr's search function is beyond broken, so the chances of finding what you're looking for is always a gamble. And I am already seeing posts that I reblogged like 7 years ago instead of the thing I reblogged last month, so... yeah, I'm not going to be able to find it. Okay, Tumblr has let me down once again. The Ghibli movies with a little bit of teeth to them are Nausicaa and the Valley of the Wind, which is the very first one. It is really brutal in terms of the subject matter. The other one is Princess Mononoke. Princess Mononoke is hardcore, and it's probably one of their best movies. Highly recommend Princess Mononoke. And Princess Mononoke is also an interesting movie because it's one of those movies that doesn't have a bad guy. It only has people with different problems whose problems clash against each other. Because it's about the deforestation to make way for progress, but at the same time, the people who are doing the deforestation, it takes place in like very early Japan. So the people committing the deforestation are also kind of just trying to survive and be able to live. And they are also facing, I haven't watched it in a while, there's this big conflict happening throughout the movie, but nobody in the movie is a bad person. They just have all very different perspectives and reasons for why they need what they need, and it causes this conflict between the different characters in the movie because what they want are all opposed to each other. You know, they're incompatible with each other. So that's Princess Mononoke. It's very interesting. There's also Grave of the Fireflies if you wish to emotionally devastate yourself for the rest of your life. I don't know whether I would want to recommend Grave of the Fireflies unless you know exactly what you're getting into. Because Grave of the Fireflies is one of the most devastating movies to ever be made. Like, not even just animated, just in general. It is an exceptionally devastating movie to watch. I almost want to say I don't recommend it, but it's up to you whether you want to watch Grave of the Fireflies. I recommend looking it up and reading like what the movie's about and then deciding if you want to watch Grave of the Fireflies, because it's rough. It's very upsetting, and it's a very rough film to get through. It's not a good time. It's not a good time. It's not supposed to be a good time. And when it came out, it was a double bill with My Neighbor Totoro as the second film, just because after watching Grave of the Fireflies, they needed like people to leave the theaters without like collapsing into emotional devastation for the rest of their lives. Just remember, Grave of the Fireflies was a double feature with My Neighbor Totoro. Yeah, exactly. Same brain. Okay, I am actually going to use the lighthouse function for her dress, just because I don't feel like going over all of that. There we go. Do that. I forgot the triangles on this, but I'm sure it's okay. I'm fine with any anime as long as it doesn't involve excessive blood. Does Mononoke have excessive blood? I'm trying to decide. It's violent, but I don't know if it's excessive. You know what? I don't think I would say it is. Because if you compare it to some of the other anime out there and like the kind of violence that happens in some other anime, I don't know whether I would put Princess Mononoke on the same level as that. It's got a bit of gore. It does, but In terms of gore, it's very light. It's just like a guy gets his arms ripped off in one scene. There's a beheading out in the distance at one scene. Here and there, it's got a little bit of that, but it's... Oh, here we go. On a scale of 1 to Akira, the gore in Mononoke is a 6. I don't know if I would even put it that high. Between a scale of 1 to Akira... Well, let's put it this way. On a scale of Ponyo to Akira, I would put... Yeah, maybe I would put Princess Mononoke, like you said, maybe a 6. If you, like, put Ponyo on one end and Akira on the other, then maybe I would put it as 6, yes. If you can watch Kenshin, you can watch Princess Mononoke. Yeah, I think that's fair. 1 to Akira, how bad is Akira? Akira is not... No, Akira is pretty bad. It just... I know of some other anime that are a lot worse than Akira. Akira has a lot of body horror in it. I would liken Akira to being similar to John Carpenter's The Thing. I would say they are pretty much equal in terms of violence and body horror. Even though the experience of Akira is more akin to like 2001: A Space Odyssey, like that's closer to what Akira is in terms of storytelling, but in terms of violence, Akira is basically like The Thing. So if you can deal with The Thing, you should be fine with Akira. But I mean, I've seen The Thing so many times, so my measure might not be 100% accurate because I'm not super squeamish with gore. Elfen Lied, yes, Elfen Lied is a lot worse than both Akira and Princess Mononoke. But Elfen Lied, like, it was made with the actual purpose of being as upsetting as possible. So that's also kind of something you have to factor into it, because Elfen Lied it's kind of just being edgy, and that's like its goal. Its goal is to be edgy, so that's also part of it. When I know that something is trying to be edgy, it kind of immediately kills the level of upsetting that it is, because I can't take it seriously, because I'm like, you're just kind of trying to be edgy, and that means I can't take you seriously. Is this Synthwave Zelda Village? Yes, I'm using a Synthwave Nintendo mix, because the Future Funk mix I would use in the past got a copyright claim for somebody that didn't own the music, so I just don't want to use it right now because I don't feel like dealing with that. So I switched to a Synthwave version of Nintendo music. I've got the original artist in the description if you want to check that out afterwards. It's pretty good. I quite like it. I keep meaning to watch The Thing. I really like body horror, especially practical stuff. I just keep not getting around to it. If you like practical body horror, you need to watch The Thing. Like, it's inexcusable. If you like those two things and you've not watched The Thing, there's no excuse for that. That movie's so good. Even just, if you're not into body horror, The Thing is just a good movie. It's just a legit good film. Because the horror in The Thing isn't the body horror. I mean, that's part of it. But the horror in The Thing has to do with paranoia. Like, that's what the movie's actually about. It's about paranoia and not knowing who you can trust and not being fully in control of the entire situation. And it's just an anxiety-inducing situation for the entire film. In, like, a good way. Because it makes you, the audience members, just as paranoid as the characters in the movie. It's very good. Is her cords the same color? Okay. There we go. I can imagine the new adaptation of Uzumaki will outdo Akira 15 to 20 over. I don't know, because the violence in Uzumaki is so otherworldly that it becomes unrelatable, if that makes sense. Like, the violence in Akira is a lot more visceral. Like, apart from a few scenes which are so over the top you don't even really know what you're looking at anymore, a lot of violence in Akira is extremely grounded in reality. Whereas all the violence in Uzumaki is so insane that it goes like past the point of being upsetting and just kind of becomes cartoonish on a level of like, what am I looking at, right? It's not that it's not horror. It is scary. It's just a different kind of scary. Have you read Jack Kirby's Space Odyssey comic? I have not. I should look that up. May I have permission to use some of your footage for a YouTube video? What is the YouTube video about? I'm not opposed to the idea. I just want to make sure what it's about, if that's okay. But honestly, it should be fine because, I mean, I use clips of other people's YouTube videos in my videos. I just make sure to, like, credit them on screen and say who I'm currently showing and where I got the footage from. So it should be fine. I mean, I do it, so... I appreciate the ask, though. The fetus scene in Uzumaki is disturbing. Yes, true. It is disturbing, but it's disturbing on a concept level. It's not so much disturbing on like a violence or body horror level. It's just kind of disturbing, like, for what it is, if that makes sense. Dr. Fate cancels CPuff. When I think of spirals, I think Gurren Lagann. Yeah, no, I think of Uzumaki. But Uzumaki, like, after you read Uzumaki, your brain is, like, scrambled for a while, and you, like, become overly vigilant of spirals. Like, you just start noticing them in real life a lot more. But then after a while, that feeling kind of goes away again. Perfect Blue is my favorite horror anime by far. Perfect Blue is really good. Perfect Blue is very upsetting, but it is like I said, I put it on my favorite anime films of all time list. Perfect Blue is so good. It's really, really upsetting, but it's so, so, so good. Star, imagine the Gurren Lagann Spiral Power, but horror version. Oh, okay, yeah. With Akira, Katsuhiro Otomo is very detail-oriented, so lots of mechanical and anatomical accuracy with the violence. Yes, exactly, and that's kind of what makes Akira upsetting to watch, is the detailing, shall we say. Highly recommend Akira, though. Like, it's not a perfect movie, but it's one of those movies where the imperfection of it almost enhances it in a way, and I know that's a weird thing to say, but it's a movie where you almost appreciate it for not being perfect, because there's a sense of, like, human beings made this, and that's why it's not completely perfect. It's a little rough around the edges and stuff, and I don't know, I just kind of like that about it as well. I like that it's not a perfect movie, especially because the visuals are so astounding. I want to use your footage for my upcoming review of Scooby-Doo Meets Geese. Oh yeah, sure, go ahead then. That's fine. Thanks for asking. Oh, I forgot her earrings. Oh well. Thanks for asking. Yeah, no, that's fine. I've never read Uzumaki, but I've seen the live-action movie and it creeped me the fuck out. The live-action movie is not good because it assassinates my favorite character. It turns one of the characters in the manga, who's like the best character. He's legitimately the best. I really, really love his character. And then in the live-action movie, they turned him into a villain. And I was angry about that. I was so mad. Like, how dare you, after everything he did for you? Why is it upsetting? Perfect Blue. Whew. How do I explain why Perfect Blue is upsetting without, like, really getting into it because of YouTube, and also the subject matter is upsetting. Perfect Blue follows a J-pop idol who's very much like we know Japanese idols, and she is graduating from her pop group to become a real actress. And because she wants to distance herself from her J-pop idol image, she takes on a role in a crime drama live action TV show where she plays a victim, not a murder victim. She plays a how do I say this without triggering YouTube? She plays a victim of SA. I hate using that word, but it's the best way I can put it. And the character in the TV show she plays gets essayed on screen. So there is a scene in the movie where they are filming the SA scene, and it is exceptionally upsetting to watch just because it looks like a real SA scene, but then the director calls cut because he wants to change camera angle, and then everything goes like dead silent. All the actors just stop, and then they change the camera angle, and then the SA scene continues. It is really upsetting, and the movie deals a lot with the way that female actresses are mistreated by media and audience members. It's all about female objectification without lecturing the audience about it, because she, as a pop idol, gets objectified by one of her fans who's like a really, really creepy stalker, and he is not happy about the fact that she is now doing like adult material. He's extremely upset about that because he basically feels he owns her, and he doesn't like that she is making this new image. And then also because she's trying to she's trying to put distance between her childish J-pop self, she does like an adult pinup photo shoot, and it devolves into doing like nudes for a magazine. And the way that scene is handled is very upsetting, because even though nobody is angry or upset in the scene, and she's doing a photo shoot, so she's smiling and she looks happy, you just feel kind of gross because the scene is about selling her as a sexy female actress by putting these raunchy nude photos in a magazine. And she kind of admits that she doesn't really want to do photo shoots that go that far, but at the same time she's desperate to be seen as a serious actress. So there's a lot of that in the movie, and like I said, it can be very upsetting to watch. The movie is excellent though, it's so good. Because what the movie is actually about is her kind of confusing where she starts and her character in the show ends, because things that happen in the crime show starts happening in real life surrounding her, and it gets to points where she's unsure. Is she busy shooting the show? Is she having a nightmare? Is what's happening really happening? So there's a lot of things in the movie where you as the audience start becoming confused as to what is actually real and what is a nightmare or the TV show, because it's just really, really confusing, and it's done that way on purpose. It's very, very good. But again, it's upsetting because of certain things that it shows. So one just kind of has to be aware of that if you decide to watch it. Which I do recommend watching it, but I just feel you should know that those are things you're going to see if you watch the movie. When I was a teenager, they had Perfect Blue at the video rental place, and it had like a big sticker on it that, like, 18 plus, absolutely no children allowed. It was very intimidating. I know you weren't referring to the same thing, but my policy is if an adaptation sneaks in a villain arc, it's forgivable if it's done well. A TV series I won't spoil here, just know it's very popular, did this at the tail end, and how that certain character became a villain was, in my opinion, the saving grace of how the series ended. I mean, I can see that. My problem just with the live-action Uzumaki movie is I really like that character. He was one of the best things about the manga. So for them to just turn him into like a dick for no reason, I found very annoying. I did not feel it was justified, and I don't feel it added anything to the film. There we go. Top lip should be darker than bottom lip, so I'm gonna grab this here and hope it's not too light against her skin tone. It's a little bit too light. I suppose that's better. Satoshi Kon directed a live-action film in 1990s. It's a horror comedy where Yakuza try to evict immigrants in an old apartment which is haunted. I need to watch that. That sounds great. That's too big. How am I going to do her bottom lip? There we go. That's good. A little bit lopsided. There we go. Yeah, that's good. I'm actually going to grab this horrible orange and I'm going to put it in her eye. Like that. And then I'll blend this a little bit. Grab this and do that. Do that. Still a little bit light. There we go. Oh, and shenanigans happen. Did you know that dubbing Ghibli's films could be even worse? Harvey Weinstein wanted to completely rewrite the theme. Yeah, I can believe that. Especially because apparently in some of the early releases of the Ghibli movies, they didn't like when there was a lot of silence in the movie. So they like added extra background music to them, which is... yeah, that's a choice, I suppose. There we go. And what else? Oh, she needs freckles. I need to do that as well. I like adding just a little bit extra to skin because I feel skin really needs a little bit extra done to it. Otherwise, it can look very dead, which I'm not a big fan of. There. And there. There we go. And I'm also going to put some shading here. Steven did a deep dive on... Steven did a deep dive on Satoshi Kon works, including his manga. I've got one of his manga. I've got the one about the mermaid. I forget what it's called. I own it though. Because it's not... I've got the other mermaid manga, which is by... what's her name? She did Inuyasha and Urusei Yatsura. I've got the Mermaid Forest manga that she did, which is interesting, but I feel like what happened was she started getting more interested in writing the characters that the main characters would meet rather than the main characters. So she ended up just kind of dropping it and being like, okay, I'm done with the story. I'm moving on now. I physically can't wait. The silence in Spirited Away is brilliant. The scenes around the train and train tracks are peak. Yeah, it wasn't in Spirited Away, luckily. I think it was in Princess Mononoke and Nausicaa in the Valley of the Wind. I think, but I can't remember off the top of my head, so I don't want to say that with like any kind of like certainty. There we go. Now I'm just gonna... Oh, I should do her freckles before I do anything else. Otherwise, I will forget. Grab that. Oops. No, not deselect. Grab that. Grab the spray can. Droplet, I think is... Yes. Although I might have to adjust that. That looks quite big. No, it's good, actually. Do that. And in this picture, she kind of has freckles on here as well. But I think the freckles on her cheeks are bigger in that case. Let me just up this thickness, I think. Yes. No. Particle size, that's what it was. No, it's too big. There we go. Better. Now I can do some of the skin shading. What time is it? Oh, it's 11. It's not too bad. This, and this, and this. Here we go. Rumiko Takahashi? Yes, thank you. Have you ever watched any Warhammer 40k? I've not, but my friend, Tinas, he was actually in chat earlier. He's a big Warhammer fan. And it's not because I don't like Warhammer or anything like that. I just haven't been exposed to much of it. I know like the rough story and concept behind it, but I haven't really looked into it super hard. I might get into it if I like look into it further, but I'm not entirely sure. It's one of those things I'll have to see. But from what I've heard, it sounds interesting at least. Let me just see what chat's up to. Are you guys talking about BioWare? My chat is sometimes a little bit behind. Are you guys talking about Veilguard? Um, yeah, Veilguard is a thing. I don't know what to make of Veilguard. My approach is basically I'm going to wait until Veilguard is actually out and I play it and then see what I think of it. Because it might be good, but there's a lot of it that I've heard that just makes me go oof, and I'm kind of annoyed because it's very obvious to me that the only reason why Veilguard is coming out now after being on hiatus for like 10 it's not hiatus in production for 10 years is because Baldur's Gate 3 came out and made so much money and EA wants some of that. So I'm annoyed about that. And also, I just think that as somebody who's played all of the Dragon Age games, Baldur's Gate 3 is a better game than all the Dragon Age games. And I'm saying this as a long-time fan. I'm saying this as somebody who started with Origins and played all of them as they came out. And Baldur's Gate 3, it's just a better game than all of the Dragon Age. I'm very sorry, but it's a fact. Oh, you're talking about Mass Effect 4? Yeah, that's that one. I'm actually more scared for Mass Effect 4 than I am of Dragon Age because I actually give a crap about Mass Effect. Whereas Dragon Age, as I said, I like Dragon Age. I am a fan of it, but I don't think it's particularly great. There's a lot of Dragon Age that's just kind of okay. And I don't think I ever really connected with the characters in Dragon Age the way that I did in Baldur's Gate 3 or Mass Effect. They're fine, but they just don't grab me. And I have a very clear memory of playing Inquisition when it first came out. And thinking to myself as I was playing it, I miss the Mass Effect characters, right? Like that was my thought as I was playing Dragon Age Inquisition is I wish that the Mass Effect characters were here because I miss them. I really miss them. I wish I could hang out with them in this game. And I think that's a very bad sign because to me that says that the characters that are in Dragon Age Inquisition were not doing the job that they should be doing as characters. Because playing Baldur's Gate 3, I don't have that feeling. I don't play Baldur's Gate 3 missing any of the Mass Effect characters. I like the characters in Baldur's Gate 3 as is. They're good enough characters where I'm perfectly happy with them just being who they are. Whereas in Dragon Age Inquisition, I'm just like, I wish the other characters were here. The only character in Dragon Age which I think is worth anything, quite frankly, is Varric. And I know that Varric's main writer has left BioWare on relatively bad terms. And everybody who's like a massive Dragon Age fan on my dash on Tumblr is very concerned that Varric is going to get killed off pretty early on in the game. So we're all very, very concerned about that. So that's also a thing that we're concerned about. I have even less hope for Veilguard. I mean, that's fair. I'm not gonna argue with you. I have zero expectation for Veilguard. Not that, it's going to be terrible. I don't expect anything from Veilguard. I don't. I don't expect it to be good. I don't expect it to be the worst game ever. I don't expect anything from it. I'm waiting to see what the game is like, and that's about as deep as it goes with that one. Which sucks, because there was a time I would have been excited for a new Dragon Age game, but again, I've played Baldur's Gate 3 in the meantime, and it's just such an upgrade from Dragon Age, especially with the nonsense that BioWare is up to, that I'm just more interested to see where Larian goes with, because I know Larian said that the next game they want to make, they don't want to make another Baldur's Gate game because they want to get away from Dungeons and Dragons and Wizards of the Coast. And that is an absolutely correct decision to do, because I saw on Twitter Wizards of the Coast, who own D&D, were saying they want to introduce AI to help build like campaigns and things. So that was a whole thing. And Larian was just like, we want to focus on our own IPs. We want to focus on our own stuff. We don't really want to hang out with Wizards of the Coast anymore. And it's like, yeah, nah, dude, you guys don't have to, please. What system? I'm not sure. I just saw a tweet, I can't remember what it was, where they were just talking about the exciting way that they want to use AI into upcoming systems for like campaign writing and stuff. And my eyes glazed over and I stopped paying attention. I got zero knowledge for Dragon Age. Any recommendations? Origin is a little bit old, so if you don't mind a slightly older game, it came out before Mass Effect. Origin is very good in terms of introducing the world, and I think the best thing about Dragon Age is the world. I think the world of Dragon Age is very interesting, and it sucks that it keeps getting like simplified with each game. That's really, really frustrating. My big problem with Veilguard as well is looking at some of the character designs, it doesn't look like cohesive with Dragon Age as a setting, so that's another problem I have with it. But Origins is actually quite good. Dragon Age 2 is good if you want a story with strong characters. I think Dragon Age 2 has the best characters. Unfortunately, I hated the way Dragon Age 2 handled its dungeons, because every single dungeon you go to in Dragon Age 2 is the same dungeon but with certain paths blocked off, and it's extremely noticeable and it drove me crazy. So if that doesn't bother you a lot, I mean, Dragon Age 2 is great because it probably has the best characters, and Dragon Age 2 is interesting because the way it ends, which I'm not going to spoil, it has a very interesting way in which it ends in terms of storytelling, which I think it's a very strong move that it did, and I think that's very interesting. Dragon Age Inquisition has the best gameplay. It's legitimately a fun game to physically sit and play. However, I feel the characters in Dragon Age Inquisition are probably the least interesting in terms of how they impact the story. Because why I say that Baldur's Gate 3 is a better game than the Dragon Age games is because in Baldur's Gate 3, every single party member that you gather is in some way directly involved with the main story. All of them are tied to the narrative in a way where what is happening with the larger story is personally important to them. And they all have very logical, understandable reasons for why they are there. And you understand who they are, and you understand how they tie into the story, and you understand how the narrative incorporates them. And Baldur's Gate 3 is written in a way which is fascinating, which is that every single character in Baldur's Gate 3 is written in a way where they could be the main character. And part of the reason they did that is because in Baldur's Gate 3, you can play as any of the characters as the main character. You can choose who you want to play as if you don't want to make a character on your own. So you can play as Karlach, and you can play as Astarion, and you can play as Gale. You can play as any of these characters. So all of them are important to the story. All of them are important to the plot. And in Dragon Age, the characters, as good as they are in terms of being characters, they are very disconnected from the larger story. They have reasons for being there, but none of them really have like personal stakes into what's going on, aside from like Varric and Cassandra, I think. All the others are there just kind of as a job or an obligation. I know Cullen is a really cool character, but I think even Cullen is kind of just there because it's his job. He doesn't really have a personal stake. Oh, and Solus. Solus has a personal stake into what's going on with the Dragon Age plot in Dragon Age Inquisition. But everyone else, they're just kind of there. And you don't really feel as if they are personally connected to what's going on. And their like loyalty missions and personal stories are completely removed from the larger plot. And it's just kind of disappointing that it's written that way, especially with Mass Effect. Mass Effect has the same thing where the characters are all directly involved with what's going on, disregarding the fact that the entire plot of Mass Effect involves the entire universe. Characters like Rex and the Genophage are personally tied to the larger story. And Garrus, even if you disregard his affections for Shepard, whether you romance him or not, he's involved with the story because he is tied directly into the Turians. First through his father in C-Sect, and then through the military in the third game. So he's directly involved. Same with Tali. Tali is involved with the Geth, and then the Geth are involved with the Reapers. So she's directly tied into the main plot. Liara starts off being tied into the main plot with her mother, Benezia. They all have reasons why this has personal investment for them. They're not just there because they, we live in the galaxy, so we don't want to see it get blown up. They're there for personal reasons. And Baldur's Gate is written in that way as well. Whereas Dragon Age, especially Dragon Age Inquisition, they're just kind of there. Dragon Age 2 is a little bit better because Dragon Age 2 takes place within one city. You never leave the city in Dragon Age 2. So there's a little bit more going on there in that because it's these people's city. And it's very, very interesting, like what that means to them and how they tie to the city in that. So it's got that going for it. Dragon Age Origins... I haven't played it in a very long time, but I know that one ties a little bit more directly into what's going on, especially with Alistar, which I won't spoil. Alistar is directly connected to the main plot. Morrigan she's not directly tied into the main plot, more that she purposefully makes the choice to tie herself to the main plot. So in that way, she's connected to the main plot, but it's her own choice. She decides to get involved. I love Morrigan. Morrigan's like another really good character in Dragon Age. But yeah, I just feel like in Dragon Age, there's a few of them that don't really have a point in being there. Like Zevran, I love Zevran, but I don't know why he's there. But yeah, so that's why genuinely I think that Baldur's Gate is just a better constructed game in terms of narrative than Dragon Age. I don't know whether I would say Dragon Age's world building is more interesting than Baldur's Gate. I don't know whether I would go that far. But the world building in Dragon Age is very interesting, and it's really, really fascinating to like read up and understand how the lore works with the elves and things. I really like the way that they did the elves in Dragon Age. I think it's super interesting. So yeah, there are reasons to play Dragon Age, but I think Baldur's Gate is just a better constructed game. Baldur's Gate 3 specifically, I haven't played 2 and I haven't played the first one. Apparently 2 is pretty good as well. The only thing is, I think 2 has a lot more of Jaheira in it, and I don't like Jaheira. I don't like Jaheira. I don't like that woman. Here we go. Anything else? Oh, I wanted to just darken Star's eyes and stuff because it's a little bit weird at the moment. Ah, wrong one. Too big. Do that and then I'll blur it and it should look fine. Blend, why aren't you blending? Why you no blend? Oh, there we go. Okay, and I think that's good. I'm not gonna throw like a background on her. Not like an actual background, just one of these. Do that. Oh no, not refer to other layers. Refer to this layer only. There we go. And grab this lighter blue to make a gradient. Why you no blend? D&D lore building is inconsistent that none of it matters. That I can understand. I feel the lore within Baldur's Gate 3 is like within Baldur's Gate 3, the lore makes sense. I know that there was somebody who said to me that they are very angry at the Emperor, not for anything he does in the game, but because of how Baldur's Gate 3 kind of rewrote a lot of lore around certain things, and they just did not like that, which I fully understand. Like, if they did that with Mass Effect, it would drive me crazy. But within Baldur's Gate itself, all the lore seems to make sense within Baldur's Gate, at least. So it's not like you'll read something in Baldur's Gate and then read something else, and suddenly the first thing you read doesn't make sense anymore, at least. But like I said, I know that if you actually care about D&D lore as a whole, Baldur's Gate changes a lot of things, which annoyed a lot of people. It's so inconsistent that none of it matters. I mean, yeah, no, I got what you mean, yeah. What surprised me about Honor Among Thieves is that D&D can feasibly build any canon lore to begin with, but I guess it can. I don't know if I read that properly. Is that D&D can feasibly build any canon lore to begin with, but I guess it can. I think maybe you mean can't. I don't know. It's late. My brain, like I have said, I have been super exhausted this week for reasons I don't fully understand. So if I sound dumb, it's only because I am. I want you to set this to glow, I think. Yes. Yellow. Where's my other star brush? Not glitter. The other one. What drawing tools? Let me just grab that because I can't read that message because the little heart icon is in the way. That drawing looks nice. Oh, thank you. Where is Clip Studio Paint? There it is. Make the stars animate. You know how long that would take? It wouldn't take super long, but if I did all of them, it would take a long. And I don't know how happy Clip Studio Paint is if I stream and animate at the same time. Clip Studio Paint itself might just have like a meltdown. No, that's water. What's this? Ah, here we go. Yes. Do that. Another layer. And we'll grab... Oh, this one also on glow. We'll use this and we'll just do this. Now I'll just turn this down a bit. There we go. And then we will grab one more and then I think I'm going to call it... What's this? Ah, that's good. Let's make it a little bit whiter. Actually, let me change the size. Oh, it doesn't actually change the particle size. Okay, whatever. Turn that down. I said one more, but I actually just want to add some bigger stars. I think I need to grab this one again. And put this on glow. Really? What's the one that has the big stars? I know there's one that has like really big stars, and I just want to do one or two of those. Sparkle, sparkle, hair, shine maybe? Let's wait for that to load. I like this version of Star more than how it looked in the movie. But in the movie, how are they going to sell you the cute plushes? Which is 100% why he looks the way he does in the movie. I think we all know that. It's just to sell like overpriced Disney plushies. And Cthulhu. We'll draw the squid next time maybe. I'm getting better at drawing the squid very quickly. Plus, I like the squid, as I have made very clear. I had at least 2 people come into my asks on Tumblr and basically start beef with me because I like the Emperor. And the one was just straight up like telling me that the Emperor isn't a Lithid, and because of that he's an affront to God, which was pretty funny. And like the other person was trying to like be covert into like, did you know he did this bad thing? And I'm like, yes, I know he did the bad thing. I can't find what I'm looking for, so I think I'm just going to call it at that. Oh, thanks for the super chat, Kevin. Wanted to give you thanks for helping to make work go more smoothly before the stream ends. I do hope you enjoy real D&D one day. Thank you so much for the super chat. No, hearted. There we go. Thank you. That's totally different. Watching a live play of Critical Role is not the same as going to see a movie. Yeah. I struggle with watching something like Critical Role, but it's not Critical Role's fault. I struggle with things like Critical Role because when everybody's talking at once, right? It gets very difficult for me to like stay on track with what's actually going on in the game because it's a little bit all over the place. I'm just going to turn off my tablet, so this is my machine, not yours. So there's a lot of like people talking over each other, and because I sometimes struggle with like audio processing, it becomes very difficult for me to kind of keep up with what's going on. Ah yes, prolific hentai artist Sepa Park. Speaking of which, my friend directed me towards this comic, which is extremely explicit. But what makes me angry is that this explicit comic, done for free online, has better art and character writing than a lot of like official products I've seen. And it's written to be like an explicit comic, right? It's written to be hentai, basically. But then the writing and the character writing is so good. It's really annoying. And it's got this incredible art in it. It's some of the best art I've ever seen. So it's like, oh, okay, I guess. It's Toad turned by... Oh, the music, yeah. A strange question. When you first started working in animation, what did you draw? In what way? Do you mean for the animation, or did you mean like what did I draw in my spare time? What is it called? Just for research. Oh geez. Do I like advertise the extremely explicit webcomic that my friend turned me to? Because I'm not joking, it's very explicit. And I know it's gonna sound like I'm saying that's not why I like it, but like genuinely that's not why it held my interest. It held my interest genuinely because the art is so good and the writing is so good. At one point, it goes from being black and white to being in color. And the way that the artist uses color is really, really good. Like, I actually want to study how he uses color and how he uses where shadow transitions into light, just because it's so well done. Now, what's it called? Oh, jeez. I'll write it in chat. You guys can Google it on your own terms. Again, because I don't know what YouTube will flag and not. So there's the name in chat. You can check it out in your own time. Just be aware that it is, like I said, it's very explicit. It very much is for like the R34 crowd. It just also happens to have exceptionally good character writing and exceptionally good art in it. Like even at the start when it starts out, the art is still really good. But it just gets better and better. It's like unfair. I showed it to my other animator friend and he was like, "Wow, how dare this, like, you know, done for people's enjoyment comic look this way? It's so unfair." And what else? I think I'm gonna just hang out with chat for a little while. And then I'm going to say goodnight for the sake of my throat. We went a pretty decent time. I think we can hang out. I want to get like a proper PC up and running so I can use my VTuber model so that when I'm chatting with chat, it's not just like the visual on screen, just static like this while I'm chatting. Puff, you forgot to color one of the lines of the star on her arm. It's distracting. Oh, okay, let me fix that. That's, I see what you mean. Yes, let me fix that. That's my machine, not yours. Go here. Grab this one. Go here, grab this. Wait, I grabbed the wrong color because that is not correct. Is it? Apparently it is. Weird. Oh, I know what's wrong. It's because it's got the overlay layer. There we go. There we go. I suppose I can also just throw a gradient on her quick. Puff trying to explain, like, we're her parents. No, I'm trying to dodge YouTube's filtering on what it wants. Like, what it thinks is okay to discuss that won't make, like, Coca-Cola angry. Like, that's legitimately what it is. And also, it is kind of weird because I'm not into, like, explicit material at all. It's really not my vibe. Not that it's not because I think there's anything wrong with it. It's just genuinely not the kind of thing I'm into. So it is kind of weird to be like, oh, you guys should read this extremely explicit webcomic for the story. And it's like, no, I'm being serious. I really mean it that way. And then you have like a bunch of people who are like, oh, sure you do. And I'm like, no, legit. So that's also kind of part of it. Do that. Do that. There we go. That looks better. I like that more. Yes, that's better. Do that. There we go. I'm going to turn my tablet off again. I love it when live streamers play video game music. I can immediately recognize. Quick, everybody DM Puff on Discord. Make everyone think they got a notification. Nah, I've got my Discord muted when I stream, specifically because of that reason. Did you guys know that with that myhouse.wad do mod that went viral, like last year, I think it was? There's a moment in that mod where it plays a Discord notification and it only does it once and never again. It's so cool. Just so you know, we were discussing a porn artist right now, so you should probably make it clear you meant Puff. Sorry. We all read explicit material for the story, don't we, gentlemen? No, but in my case, I'm being, like, legitimately. Because this was why it was difficult to sell it to my friend, because I have to emphasize that, no, the writing is that good. People skip the smeck smuff, like, people skip YouTube ads, pretty much. Unfortunately, in this comic, character moments and plot important things happen during those scenes, so I can't skip them. Which, I mean, if you're gonna write a story like that, right, that's the way to do it. Otherwise, you end up like, what was that anime that did that? Yes, there's Kite. Kite did that, where Kite had explicit scenes, and then when it came to the major release of Kite, they cut those scenes. And what was the other one? It was by the same director. Was it Mesa Forte? I think it was Mesa Forte, where Mesa Forte also had explicit scenes in it, and then those scenes could just be cut for the major release. Mesa Forte? Yeah, I thought so. Is the music you play in streams mostly video game remixes? I swear I hear the Chinatown theme from Revenge of Shinobi before. I was using a Future Funk mix a while ago, but somebody copyright claimed it wrongly. It didn't belong to them. So I found this synthwave mix of Nintendo music, so I've been using that at the moment just because I quite like it. And I do quite like video game remixes, but also I use them a lot in my videos because they tend to not get claimed by the YouTube copyright system. I mainly get them from the channel, the OC Remix. They've got their own website as well, Overclocked Remix. And they say on their website and their channel that their music is absolutely free to use in videos and streams. So I don't feel like guilty using their music I don't feel like I'm stealing somebody's work, because they just give free reign for it to be used. Unskippable sixth position. Yeah, exactly. Like, what did you draw for work? I asked because I was at a cell painting class at an anime con one year, and the guy running it talked about the stuff new animators worked on. My very first job was on a cutout animated TV show. I think it was called Green Squad. It was a horrible work situation. The studio doesn't exist anymore, so it's fine. But that was like really sweatshop conditions. It was really terrible, not great, really awful experience. But that was the first show I worked on, and after that, a lot of what I worked on was more stuff like in-house training videos for certain people, like certain companies that they would train their employees with. And then for a while it was like PSAs and basically any work in animation I could get. And because South Africa isn't exactly an animation hub or anything, literally anything I could get my hands on I would do. And then around 2021 I managed to get a job with a stay-at-home job with Studio Zmai, and that was for Unicorn Warriors Eternal, and that was like my first job working on a TV series, which is quite late in the game for how old I am, but it's simply because of lack of opportunity, because of where I live, right? And I've been working with Studio Zmai ever since, and I have a very good working relationship with them. I really like Studio Zmai. I think they're great. Really, really fond of that studio. And I have some work lined up in the future, which is with somebody else, which I'm quite excited for. I'm a little bit nervous because with Studio Zmai, I've mainly been doing cleanup, which is things like colors, shadows, patterns on characters, things like that. But with this upcoming thing, I think the role is senior animator. So that's a little bit scary because it's a much higher position, but I'm going to see how well I do on that. And I'm quite excited because that'll also be for a more prestigious animation work. It won't just be for like PSAs or in-house training or anything like that. It'll be like actual animation stuff. So that I'm quite excited by. So I'll see how well I do on that. I'll do my best, see how well I do in the senior animator position, and take it from there. And let you guys know once I'm allowed to. Should score your own music. I am no good at music, anything. I don't have a good ear for music. My brother has a very good ear for music. I don't. I struggle. I listen to music and I'm very surface level. I feel I listen to music and I hear the song as a whole. I don't really have that ability to separate the different layers of what I'm hearing in my head, and to understand the different layers of like bass and melody and lead vocalist and things like that. I really struggle. I only hear a song as a whole. So I don't think I would be very good at all at making my own music because I don't really think about music in layers like that. So I don't think it's something I would really be able to do. Thanks for the votes of confidence, guys. Once I'm able to tell you guys what I've just worked on and what I'm hopefully going to be working on in the future, I'll let you guys know because it is cool and I'm quite excited to work on it. It's just, again, it's NDAs and what I'm allowed to say. And like I said at the beginning of the stream, I tend to err on the side of caution where I just don't say much of anything because I don't know what is a breach of NDA and what isn't. So it's just kind of safe to just not say anything in terms of what it is we're working on, like at all. Just like be quiet about it in general as a whole. That's quite the promotion. It's not really promotion because it's not with Studio Zmai. It's with someone else. So we'll see how it goes. I do want to work with Studio Zmai as well. So I'm going to be structuring it so that if Zmai comes to me and says, hey, we need you for X, Y, and Z, I can still take on work with them because Zmai is an international studio. And for me to work long distance with an international studio, like just me by myself, not through a South African studio, that's kind of a big deal. So I don't want that relationship to not continue forward. So I'm gonna have to do like balancing acts between this upcoming work and any potential studios my work, and see how I'm able to juggle my time and my energy levels, because that's what it basically boils down to. It boils down to time and energy levels, and anything else or whatever. But you reach a point where you become very aware of your limitations as a person, just in terms of time of day and how much you can physically make yourself do before you are completely run into the ground. So I've learned that the hard way, but we'll see how it goes. And when I'm not working with anyone, like at the moment, I'm just kind of between things, waiting for this upcoming work. And I just finished with Zmai recently on something. So that's when I kind of work on YouTube and things like that. That's also why my videos take a while, because studio work always gets first priority, you know. Regardless of what pays how much, studio work always gets priority, because I feel for the sake of my resume and portfolio and all of that, it is extremely important to continue being active within my career, right? That is extremely active. That is extremely important to keep active. Do I like Fallout games and their retro futuristic style? I never really clicked with the Bethesda Fallout games. I don't really connect to them really at all. I did start playing the first Fallout. I need to get back to it. It's very difficult. But as somebody who prefers sci-fi to fantasy, ironically, I think I prefer the Elder Scrolls games to the Fallout games. Maybe that's part of nostalgia because I grew up with Morrowind. But I just find that the Elder Scrolls is a little bit more interesting to me. Maybe it's because the Fallout games takes place in a post-apocalyptic America, whereas the Elder Scrolls exists in a completely new setting. Whereas like with Mass Effect, it's the same thing. Even though the Earth exists in Mass Effect, the entire galactic world had to be built from scratch, and that's why I like it. And that's also why I end up liking Elder Scrolls more than Fallout, because the Elder Scrolls also had to kind of build up an entire world out of nothing. And that's just more interesting to me. Featuring Garrus from the Mass Effect series. CPAF is working on the animation for Alfie. No! Honestly though, and I'm not being funny here, the art in that webcomic is so well done that I don't know whether you could translate that to animation without it costing an obscene amount of money. Because one of the hardest things to do in animation is realistic anatomy. And I mean like full anatomy, I'm not being funny. And that's why shows like He-Man looks the way it does. The original He-Man, I mean. Because He-Man made a double bad decision. He-Man made the decision in the 80s to not be outsourced when it comes to its animation. It was going to animate everything in-house. And that means that the money couldn't go as far. So the animation was really stiff. And the other reason, and then the second mistake they made is they decided to have their characters look extremely realistic, which is very hard to animate. It is very, very, very hard to animate characters with realistic human proportion and realistic human features. So for this webcomic, I don't know if you could translate it into animation without it costing an insane amount of money, just because a lot of the anatomy is so well done. And again, I'm not being funny. I mean like the proportions on the characters and things like, there's one panel that I really like where it just shows like the character's shoulder blades and like the spine and how that looks on the skin. And I just think like that level of sophistication in terms of how a character is drawn, you're either going to have to simplify it to an extreme if you want to animate it, or the thing is going to cost an insane amount of money to get it to that quality level. Because even something like Arcane is 3D animated, which helps it a lot in terms of anatomy. But Arcane is also extremely simplified in how the character's anatomy looks. It's very, very simplified. And Disney movies, I mean, you know what Disney movies look like. They're also extremely simplified in terms of anatomy. And anime as well. That's part of the reason why anime these days looks a lot more weird than it did in the 80s and 90s, when there was a lot more realism to the characters. It's very, very difficult to animate characters that look realistic smoothly, which wasn't as big a problem in the 80s when Japan had a lot of money. Japan had an obscene amount of money. Business was booming. Anime studios were making hand over fist money. But the animation was also a lot more rudimentary in a lot of those. Whereas now, anime, it still makes a lot of money, but it's not making the kind of money it did in the 80s. And these days, anime requires a lot more movement on camera, and it's just easier to do that with stylized characters versus characters with more accurate anatomy, as you would see in like the 90s and 80s. 80s on certain shows, but the 90s especially, I feel, started leaning more and more into a kind of realism. And I'm thinking about shows like Cowboy Bebop and even Trigun to a certain degree. But anime in general just tended to lean a little bit more into realism around that time. And now it does not. We're still going? Yeah, I'm gonna wrap up in a bit. I'm just kind of finishing up my thoughts here. You ever hear of the Legend of Heroes Trails series? Some of the best writing in video games, especially world building and characters. I have not. I should check that out. I thought you were going to say Legend of the Galactic Heroes, which is another anime I need to get into. It's got like 100 episodes, so you know that's going to be fun for me. No, I'm not still talking about porn. I promise. Yeah, Filmation was very anal retentive about being homegrown. Their feature films had a stamp on their end credits, being made entirely in the USA. Yeah, exactly. Which again was to their detriment, because the reason that that animation gets outsourced so much, even to like people like me, is because my currency is a lot weaker than the dollar. So they spend less, and I still get a good paycheck out of it. Whereas if you do everything in America, you have to pay American dollars to your animators, and that money doesn't go as far in America as it does in places like South Africa or Korea or even Japan at the time. I could be wrong, but Filmation president Lou Scheimer also came across as fundamentalist Christian, wanting his product to place substance over style. But the flaws of that mindset are another topic. I am not entirely sure about that. I should look into that. I should really educate myself a little bit more about Filmation, because that is a studio that did not really get a lot of shows in my country. So it's kind of retroactively that I've had to like learn about Filmation's history. And because it doesn't really have much of a staple in my childhood, it doesn't feature as much as it does for a lot of Americans especially. I think this is also why the She-Ra reboot, I liked it up until the final season, but that's also why it didn't bug me as much, because I didn't have any kind of nostalgia for the original whatsoever. Is he Puff a 90s girl? Is that why she listens to City Pop religiously? I am a 90s girl, but that's not why I listen to City Pop. I don't know why I listen to City Pop. I listen to City Pop, Synthwave, and Power Metal. And that's kind of what I listen to. Oh, and like weird shit, like Molsoft sometimes. I quite like Molsoft. Sometimes. I wouldn't listen to Molsoft in the car. But I like listening to Molsoft when I read and things like that. What's the other thing I listen to? How's the dollar to the African currency? Oof. The American dollar, it's 18 Rand to the dollar. It's very bad. It's exceptionally bad. Don't even get me started. I think the euro is 20 Rand to the euro, and I think the pound is 22 Rand to a pound. It's bad. It's like really not good. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh, and the other music I listen to is, I can only describe it as like ADHD music. I can link that in chat as well. It's good stuff. I like it. I was listening to it in the car earlier today, but I don't know what genre to place this under other than overstimulation. I know you like Blind Guardian. Yes, Blind Guardian's my favorite. Have you heard any Demons and Wizards, which was also fronted by Hansi Kush? I have not. But unless like they like did covers of Demons and Wizards, because that was like his earlier band, right? Do I listen to nerdcore music? I mean, I listen to Blind Guardian. Does that count as nerdcore? They have a song about the Trojan War I really like. They have a song about, well, they've got an album about the Silmarillion. Not Lord of the Rings, specifically the Silmarillion. They have a song about Neil Gaiman's American Gods, which I really like that song a lot. They have a song about the Dark Tower book series. They have a song about Mary Queen of Scots and her flight to France, trying to escape the execution by her sister. They've got a song about that, which is very good. A Nightfall Over Middle-earth is amazing. Yeah. Have I heard Daddy Fat Snaps? What on earth is that? Breakcore? No, it's not breakcore. It's like legitimately just overstimulation. How on earth am I going to find this song? Because its name is unpronounceable. Because it's literally just, its name is a key smash. So I'm not entirely sure how I'm supposed to find that to link it. Does Sabaton count as nerdcore? That's a good question. Does Sabaton count as nerdcore? Because Sabaton exclusively sings about historic, like, war situations. Not even like battles, because they'll sing about specific soldiers, they'll sing about specific kings, and they'll sing about specific areas. They've got a song about the Red Dragon that I read. Red Baron, not Red Dragon. Oh, somehow that got me exactly to the song I was looking for. So, I want to use the song in one of my streams at some point, but it's half an hour long, it's extremely loud, and it does contain copyright music in it, so unfortunately I can't. But there you go. Enjoy that. Band themed around Middle-earth dwarves. Windrose? I should look into it. That sounds pretty good. I listened to Shadow Over Middle-earth because you talked about Blind Guardian. I am thankful. That's a good one. That's one of their earlier albums. They have a new one. Oh, the new one is called Blood of the Elves, which is after the Witcher series, but the Witcher books, not the Witcher video games or Netflix series, specifically the books. Is there another song inside the song? Yes. 2000s racing games music? Yeah, I've got a bunch of those on my safe to use music folder that I use for videos. So there's a bunch of that in my videos as well. Because I like it, I think it's called Jungle Drum and Bass. It's pretty good too. I like that stuff too. You know what's also better than Wish? You should check out the trilogy of YouTube poops about Gaston, which culminates with Gaston's mission to obtain Taco Bell. I should watch that because that does legitimately sound more fun than Wish. Wish is not fun. I will say that about it. It's not fun. It's not that it's like painful. It's not like Velma, which is like aggravating and agonizing to watch. Wish is, it's just kind of a nothing movie. I had a stroke reading the title of the song. Yeah, that's why I was saying I can't tell you what the song's title is because good luck with that. Have you watched Batman Brave and the Bold? Because if you like the weird fantasy of the Silver Age comics, then this show is the one. I've watched some of it. It's not really for me. I'm actually not super into the Silver Age. I am extremely pick and choose when it comes to superhero comics. I like Batman, but I have come to realize I kind of like the Tumblr version of Batman more than the canon version of Batman. And the Tumblr version of Batman is interesting. It's things like, there's a great post, which is basically, is it Dick or Tim? I think it's Tim. Tim takes Bruce Wayne to Walmart on like his Snapchat, because this was before TikTok was a thing. But let's say TikTok. It's just a bunch of shorts of Tim taking Bruce Wayne to the Walmart and like recording his shenanigans, and Bruce getting more and more horrified at how Walmart is run. And at some point he like talks the Walmart employees into unionizing. It's really good. So that's the kind of Batman I'm a big fan of. When it comes to canon material, I like the animated series. I like Under the Red Hood, which is my favorite Batman movie. Legitimately love that film. I don't know if there's a live-action Batman movie I like. There's some of them I think are pretty good, but I mean, there's none that I'm like insane about, right? There's just, yeah, that's pretty good. But Under the Red Hood is probably my favorite Batman thing that's come out. Oh, and I like the movie Public Enemies, but it's a bad movie. Don't get me wrong, it's not a good movie. But I really enjoy the friendship between Batman and Superman in that movie. I think it's very interesting. You know, I just like it because I like it when they're friends. And I like them being friends. And I like it when Superman gives Batman shit because it's very funny. So I like that movie even though it's not a good movie and I don't recommend it. What else? I've seen a few Batman animated stuff. I don't know if I watched Year One, but I'm not a big Frank Miller fan, so I'm not sure I'd be into that. The Batman anthology movie that was basically the Animatrix but with Batman, that was pretty good too. I like that one. It's not like a cohesive narrative, but it's fun to watch. You wouldn't hit a defenseless woman, evildoer. Funny, I don't have that problem. Tumblr Batman is a meme of modern people who were like, what if Batman would do something super out of character but totally mundane? It's not even that out of character though. Sometimes it is just for the sake of comedy. I reblogged a post recently which was the Justice League do a photo thing for charity, and the people who organized the event hired those people who like bring animals and then you take photos with the animal, like celebrities with some or other animal, and it's to raise money for charity and stuff. And then the Justice League, because they don't know who Batman is, get like him to hold a flying fox for a photo op. And because he's Batman, he's standing there all stoic and he's just holding this giant bat. And the second he gets home, he has to take like the hottest shower imaginable because he hates bats. He hates them so much. And he's like, Alfred, I can still feel it crawling on me, Alfred. Super out of character, but at the same time, I really like that. I think it's really funny. And now I'm laughing and I'm making my nose run. Oh, geez. Living in Canada, my childhood version of superhero TV was Ace Lightning. A power surge literally makes video game characters come alive. The MC has to help the TC battle the Carnival of Doom. I don't know if I watched that. I watched some or other show that was like that, about a guy going into a video game. But I just know that one of the characters in the cartoon was from Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, but like specifically the NES game. So, there's that. So yeah, whatever the cartoon was that featured Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, that's the one I watched. And I'm gonna have to say goodnight because it is 5 minutes to midnight and my nose is now running because I made myself laugh and I need an anti-allergy as a result. And no, it's not Captain N and the Game Master. Captain N and the Game Master at least makes a little bit of sense because, you know, Mega Man is there and Pit is there and who's it? Belmont, I forget which Belmont, but it's like actual characters. The one I'm talking about, like I said, it has like the Attack of the Killer Tomato. So there's just a character in the cartoon that's literally a talking tomato. And that's a character. And me as like a 6-year-old, Simon, thank you. Me as a 6-year-old is just supposed to process that. That one of the main characters in this cartoon is a talking tomato. It's like, okay, sure, why not? It's the 90s, who cares? Oyasumi nasai? Yeah, same to you, Doc Froststar. My eyes are stinging now. Hey, Alfred! Gets the lobster bisque, Alfred. Okay, good night, guys. And I'm gonna go take an anti-allergy because something went wrong with that laughter. I think it's the bat allergy. I think I projected onto Bruce Wayne too hard or something. I don't know. And I need to drink something. The blonde girl was also a tomato. Yeah, but that's in the sequel. That's in Return of the Killer Tomatoes, which is, I will defend and say is a good movie. I don't care what anyone says. Return of the Killer Tomatoes is legit a funny movie. But I'm going to say goodnight, and I'm going to not sniff directly in your ears. And I'll see you guys next time. I'm going to try and stream maybe a little bit earlier next month, especially if I'm going to be doing work and stuff. Then I want like my weekends off so that I can just kind of zone out, play Baldur's Gate 3 or watch Columbo or whatever the hell. So before I start working quite intensively with that, I'll probably try and stream earlier before like work really gets going. But I'll see you guys then. I'm still working on the Magnifica video. It is now 14 pages long, so it's probably going to be about an hour when it comes out. I'm going to edit this and try and get it a little bit less than that. Just kind of cut out the parts where I waffle on about nothing for several minutes. But I hope you guys enjoy when it comes out, and I shall see you guys next time. Good night, guys.